This one is Hive Minder. That's what I'm looking at. That's what I found. This one. Apparently, I didn't throw this one in the garbage. I was just wondering what I know. I had some of my stuff still left, but because I didn't, I did something extremely questionable, which I threw out a lot. I haven't been writing at all lately. I gave up on it. I don't know. I just started to think it was pointless. So I even went as far to, like I said, throw a lot of it in the garbage, which was, I'm oddly not even, I'm not really disappointed entirely or about that. I don't know, it's something else. Like, cause I, I see it, I can recall upon it, because in a way it's always with me, but but yeah, I don't know. It's more, I think, visually for others. When I write it down, apparently, it's like it's really for other people. I think, even though I don't really share any of it, barely. This one here is the Hive Minder. Been working on the Hive. How the Hive Minder is one of many that here, it's split in an idea where visually I see animation, but also horror and live action and all sorts of different things where it can go because it's it's a connect in a way it's connected to like where it can go is like there's comedy. I have a comedy side to it, then there's not a comedy side to it. It's like dark humor, but I'm not really sure. And some of it is more horror based. But the way this is assembled, I wrote this like in webs, uh, of notes. So, um, I guess I still got the hive minder here. Stuff like that, like connecting mindsets and robots, you know, turning humans into pets and human appliances. Yeah, that's dark humor. Oh, okay. So here's another section. This is not the hive minder. This here that I'm reading is about Ocean Sea shit and her connection, which is not actually hive minder. Her character is connected to the Ura spill, which was connected to the first story. I remembered getting terrified while I wrote and writing it as a novel. At the time, it was chapter one, The Devil's Mistake. It was about a world that was. I don't remember every single detail of my own wording, but I do remember what the whole premise of it was. The whole idea was about the devil bringing, or God letting the devil bring a world to life, and that was never supposed to support life, and it backfired against the devil. And at the time, I think I worded it as a wizard or something or some creator. I don't know. I was a little kid when I wrote writing that, and then over the years, I was like creators, and changed the devil's name, changed the God's name, and wasn't. It started not to be like that. It started turning into actual characters or like code names, I guess. I just didn't know it at the time, but I started building onto a world where what I called micro demons were harnessed in the soil, where you could harness them from the soil, and how I started thinking of vampire plants, and then I Googled, and there's that. I didn't think vampire plants existed, but then I Googled vampire plants, and they look nothing like the vampire plants in my mind. But when I was thinking about stuff like that, because that world, man, I got obsessed with how could I take demons and integrate them into the plant life and the soil that is on this world, because this world was a demonic world first, that I was looking at when I was designing it, that devoured anything that even dared to enter its atmosphere. But that was before the Devil's Mistake. The Devil's Mistake brought it to life, let it support, because it's very, I had the idea to build a world in a universe, and then worlds, went to worlds, and spend time on those worlds and how their solar systems work. Like that particular world solar system is a black hole, so it's like trying to swallow the sun. So it's, and I was looking at like the war that spaceships and what I called elemental dragons as well. At the time, I had this obsession with fucking dragons and outer space, apparently. But, and taking science and myth in a, actually, I remember calling it If Galaxy at the time. I remember calling it If Galaxy, like with dots, like for the I and F. Because I remember it being Imagine a Fantasy Galaxy is what I had in my mind at the time. But with science stuff and magic, stuff that's not science, that's supernatural and stuff like that, and cults in outer space, intergalactic stuff like that. I was like, thought about it as a puzzle and how important it felt to keep it connected, because but anyway, this year I'm going elsewhere off what's in front of me. But Ocean Sea is her character. Well, see, or this is a web because it connects to her daughter. So it's like, this is way, way in the future. But when I first designed her character, she reminded me of a spirit girl that haunted the shores. I saw worlds, and then I took a spirit and dropped the spirit onto worlds at certain times. Like, I had this idea to create this myth that was shared among multiple worlds, or this particular haunting in this particular galaxy that she was going from world to world, and within their systems. And keep in mind, there's galaxies, plural, but in this particular universe, and so it's in that, I had this idea to create the haunting, idea, that a shared haunting amongst worlds. But and then I realized, like, I created intergalactic kind of like space pirates in a way at the time as well. So, and I looked at someone who was once, I remember writing a guy that I called Welky, was well on key, and I called him Welky, and he was Master Welky, and then serving a captain at the time under a captain, but he was, a eventually I seen him as an evil guy. So it's like that he started to turn into, or I saw. So and I started to grasp the power to control oceans, this entity that would haunt these shorelines that was iconic. It was such a symbolic error to harness the power of this being. And I remember writing The Sorceress to Be. It was a prophecy. They went nuts over to create what is like a tool source power, and that she was that power that was iconic in that particular galaxy at that era of time. And first of all, I also created these beings that were the most powerful beings in the Earth spill, which are called the Witches Stars. Nothing could rival in them with their abilities, but they were written as more historical views. Like when I was writing them, I wrote like I remember writing, wanting to write how badass they were in a presently setting, but ended up writing them in the background, like they up and left, and even though I saw a lot more to them, and they left one of them behind, a young one behind, that I called Dragsar at the time. And that's where Dragsar, Witch Star, was born. It took the word dragon and the word dinosaur and combined them, and that's how I started to realize that there was kind of like a lack and a fossilization and left behind of that something is still very much in the universe, and in that universe when they just apparently up and left the universe, the entire universe, they just up and left, and no one and everything they ever touched, they left a mark on. But there were other events that occurred to try to get rid of the marks of what they left, but and some liked them, some didn't, some worshipped them, some sought to destroy their memory, their existence. But I saw Dragsar, as like a reptilian humanoid being, so that I didn't see him as like human at all. I saw him as I had this idea that a Witches Star would name every they are the Witches Stars, so they're the species, but they all had the same last name under their species line. They all used the Witches Star name, and every name they put in front of it resembled what the character also looked like. And I thought that was really interesting. That showed you how much power, but also, like they also come from somewhere else. So there could be something even more powerful than them that shaped and created their existence. These all mighty, these beings that were the most powerful beings in the Earth spill universe. But so when I was designing them, well, that's a different story. Sorry, I'm deviating. But Ocean Sea, started off there. But Ocean Sea eventually became the first survivor of death, what I call death, that same world in the Demon Diary, which that is the same exact world. I called it death for a while. The soils of death and all this stuff like that. It was such a symbolic. It felt very symbolic, at the time. I don't know how old I was. I forget how old I was, but I think I was like 10 or 8. I was young. I wasn't a teenager yet. So I was like, I don't know. But when I was writing that, but And at that same time in the real world, I walked into a bathroom and then walked back out, and I ended up walking back out of the bathroom. That's because that house was always paranormally active, and that's not fiction. But I don't know. That's a different story. But as well as, but anyway, that seemed to try to affect with my mind. Some people call it evil. Some people actually went in that house and came back out and said it was evil, but others came back out and said it wasn't real and none of us believe. I lived there, and I don't know if it was evil. I found it to be psychological at times, but I don't know, like, and different. And there was not just one spirit. That whole valley, even outside the house. So it's like one of the places that many places I grew up. One of the many places was called Smithville Flats, New York. They had this place called Seabers. It was a great flood of Smithville, and every now and then, like, I could see as clear as day. Like, in particular, there was this one spirit that was probably the loudest, or the one I've seen the most on the streets. Walking back from Seabers, I would catch him every now and then, but like you could actually see him walking, and then he would hit the light and then go up, and you couldn't see him anymore. But then he would walk back out the light though, and you could see him. I remember the light doing something to the vision, and then coming back out. But I remember also being a kid, and asking my mother, like my birth mother at the time, can you see the dots? And I still, that part still stays with me to this day. Can you see the dots? Why are the dots more clear in the darkness? I said, what are these dots that are harder to see in the light, but they're easier to see in the dark? I remember, and I don't know if she even could see them, or if she was just lying, because she did that a lot. So I don't know, but she said she could, but I don't know. But I saw them. I've always seen pixelization and darkness, and was always fascinated with that for some odd reason when I was a kid. But but even when the darker it was, it seemed to be like easier to see them. I remember that, and that when light would come into the darkness, it would actually make it more difficult to see it in the dark. I remember stuff like that. But anyway, that's another different story. Fucking deviation. But Ocean Sea, anyway, here, and what's written here is about her daughter, or at the time she gave birth to her daughter. So it's a web connection to Crush. And apparently I was trying to figure out a time frame with it, because when I was working on it, there was a first. So the first reach, because Crush is associated with the first reach timeline, which is also known as the first breach error, and that there could be a slight time different variation between what the difference is in a reach and a breach, and each cycle of time, the world that is caught in the black hole system apparently changes. And it's weird, like, because here I wrote it gets darker, but I think it actually gets brighter realistically. But so it's, but it, when I think that's a mistake I did there. But at the same time, when I look at, but I think the darkness part was kind of like maybe an opposite, like trying to figure out how to get that to work or something. But anyway, Yeah, apparently I got obsessed here with trying to figure out the exact timing because she's such an important character that's associated with a particular story that I first story actually that she's in I ever wrote. It's called The Crystal Rose. She in that is just a story. I remember standing on the pier, and it was like kind of like, see if I can recall it. It was, you know, I remember like dark, like and windy, and having that the false uncle look over, but wasn't there, but could stand and see despite because the way this landscape was is that I remember going through its vampire trees and this dark essence and the wind, and being out on this pier that was also connected to this what would look like a pond, but in a way it really went off in as a weird kind of entry that was one of the many doorways into what I called the Northern Sea. And the Northern Sea was a prison at that time for Ocean Sea. She was a prisoner, and and she sent the love of her life, the light is what I called him at the time. I don't know. I still don't think I ever came up with a name for him, but called him the light, and she, sent him away to protect him and created what would be well was look for the proposed to her because it was a proposal scene in the short story that's and said, will you marry me? And she was like, no, 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 you know and she was heartbroken by rejection because she wanted to, but I remember that feeling, and she was like, no, 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 I can't, but no, 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 I will only marry you if you retrieve me the leaves of the immortal rose, the petals or something like that. And this didn't exist. In the short story, at the time when I was writing it, this rose didn't even exist. It was a fictional rose that she just made up to get him away because her father was coming back, and her father killed him before and will kill him again. That's another story about how light came into place with the last creator, who's still alive at the time, that is having a memory issue and relearning her abilities at the time under what I called astrology's table, because astrology at the time is a very, 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 I don't know, man. Astrology Stringer is the creepy Stringer, the elder Stringer, and all his dolls. They aren't just dolls; they were memories, And he had this collection, and he lived up in this church, that was haunted even for the standards of death people feared, and the lives that that found ways to live on that planet for many years. Still, most didn't dare, and if any would, it would be like a rebellious spree where characters would come in and dare each other. I saw that at times, but her name was Misty, or Mist is what I called her for the longest time, because it was the darkness and the mist, and the mist and the darkness. It's a love story about the youngest print when in the third reach, the second breach. The third reach, signified a new era, but the second breach signified how that era would start to shape the rest of the world, the second breach. And in that one had, the devil had an idea, what I called him at the time, like I said, had an idea to reach into the soil, because he couldn't go to the world directly without being destroyed. Yeah, I remember, and so he would reach into the soil, find a way to push through the barrier, and during that particular reach, you would know it's the second breach. And instead of sending characters over like he did in the first breach, he actually seeded characters into the soils of death, and death itself gave birth to three characters at the time. And when I created them, they would arrive at different times. The first print, I called them prints, like DNA, like a fingerprint. I called them prints. The first print was Ghost, is what I called him. The eldest was Ghost, and and when I was designing his character, I knew a lot about him. I knew that he was very taught. Never really much himself until later on, when he starts to realize that he can have freedom and shit, and that he had murdered and done what he was supposed to, but not always. He was torn on his given purpose. Now, Clash, the second, the middle print, the most victorious print. I remember being the most victorious print, and the devil's favorite print was the middle print. And because that character lived for the challenge, thrived and loved, and was by far the most evil of them all. Loved to conquer and destroy and to outnumber every death his eldest brother would achieve. I kept thinking, so it's like it sought these things, and when I was signing them, and then the third came, the devil's most rebellious, the one who wanted instantly the oddity, that wanted nothing to do with the given purpose ever, and rebelled instantly at the given purpose, and I called that character the Darkness. And I remember the Darkness was, I remember being like, that he's not, at the time I remember he was like, he's not even going to want to go in the castle, he wants nothing to do with the connection, at all. He's going to want to be his own bringer. He's going to be obsessed with becoming his own bringer, is what I called it. And so, and definitely had flaws, wasn't a perfect character, but was also not a murderer, unlike his siblings. I saw him to, oddly, and even take some formats of life into study into the lighthouse. I thought it was very iconic and symbolic to have the Darkness actually take home in the lighthouse. So I was like, when I remember visualizing that, and him following his eldest brother, to meet, not against his eldest brother's wishes. Ghost lost someone he loved. He had done some horrible things, including destroying the body of Crush. He is the one who actually destroyed the body of Crush, not the soul. The soul is very much with Ocean Sea. The event was so badass. When the imprisonment war, the war to imprison Ocean Sea was a very symbolic, very powerful war in the second reach, which is known as the Interception Reach, the failed breach. Because what happened is on the other side, a bunch of people took advantage of the lack of the failed breach, and then that was when a lot of non-livers even managed to come in, and through the barrier were able to find themselves to not die by settlement upon the planet before the seal would reform. There was a mass migration to the planet, and it was also the longest reach of them all, was second. But and time, it took a long time. But some of these characters are very old. Like Crush came in the first, was a part of the first. So Ocean was there before life was even supported there. She was the first character to ever survive, even before the Devil's Mistake. She was the only character to survive. the atmosphere, and it was a very imprisonment state. There was a war that that particular battle from that war for her, and there was a fight over her. There was a love story, a difference. She was in a relationship who I, at the time, called Captain October. It was her, such a rebel, such a badass when I was designing her, and how she really put heart into, she loved Ocean, and Ocean loved her, and October. I called her October. I don't know why, but Captain October. But and when I was designing these characters, you know, but and I saw this, and I was like, when I was designing that, and then there's a battle that took place, and one of the particular battles at the time, which really fucked with everything, was drawn really into into that system, into that black hole system world that no one dared go in. This is before death was habitable, before the Devil's Mistake. Uh, you know, there's lots of time before people even were able, or beings were even able to live on that world. There were many stories and many worlds long before that, but this particular world has its own region, but also its own connection to a very important battle, which was that took the sorceress to be, aka the sorceress of light, Ocean Sea, and and had her, and it's this this really badass, but also such a powerful, I still don't know under. I mean, I see a couple characters that survive the events, and not sure if others survived the events myself. Like, and I was creating it, so I don't know. Like, but if everyone survived that were associated, but I know like she was, and other the characters that went into that atmosphere, it didn't end well for any of them, including her. And she, except for she was the only one who survived it. Um, and then she couldn't leave. She was imprisoned on that world, and accidentally. It was not a part of any plan, and it just spiraled and went horribly wrong on all sides of it. Like none of the sides that were wanted that. So, um, so that's another event. But when that happened, it did take a certain character that had a power status that I called the devil, but and realized that I think it's Dragsar this entire time. That I think it's the last Witch Star, and that I, think about how powerful that character was, but also how dumb, not entirely intelligent. And also, when I was designing that character, I saw the chameleon and reptilian aspects of both dragons and dinosaurs, and his ability to connect to what I called the Lord of the Vampires at the time, that and including the elemental dragons, and he's the one who taught them how to become priests over the elements and to wield them. And he started to gain these followers at one point. But when I saw him, I knew that he didn't start evil, but I saw that he, went through many different story arcs, believe it or not. But And at one point, did, he was on a side that, let's just say that, he was, there wasn't just one, it's, a lot of times in history of war, you have like one versus one, but and or one versus another number, but it's like in this case, it was, we could say a number versus a number that also versus a number, and that they're, and they can't seem to any of them align on any of it, so they're all separated. So it's like, so, but it's, and it doesn't end well at all. So, but then, but anyway, this is not what's written here, though. This is about, this here is, about the birth, and you try to figure out the timing, as well. Like I said, that was connected to Siren. Siren C is her daughter. She has a kid with Crush, and who came in the first. And when I designed Crush, I also called him Crush C. So I guess he took her last name. I never really gave him a last name, so I don't know. Like, he was just an important figure that was originally supposed to do what the devil wanted him to do, and he was sent during the first reach, and never intended on falling in love with Ocean C, who it was there long before the first mistake that caught his attention and intrigue. But his body's gone in the third, so his soul is with her. Well, not directly in the third. He loses his body. There's a thing called the false, the false guard, or something like that. It was illusion. It was a mass trick. And Ghost, fell for it. And that was one of his rude awakenings, you could say. That also helped him on the path to eventually even protecting the last lineage of creators. So what I call the creators, he protected them, and then that's where darkness actually followed him one time, and met Mist, and their originally forbidden love story was began with, because Mist is not the last creator yet at the time, but she will be eventually in the storyline. What I called the last creator, I knew it was going to be Mist, and and as symbolic as the name itself, Mist. I fought over the idea of her name being Misty, but at the same time, I just kept calling her Mist. But every time when I was writing her, I called her the Mist. But anyway, so her story, she's a very interesting character. She goes these often to a lot of the dead sides of where life was on the planet, like, haunted castles, shit that's no longer inhabited by any life forms. And knew that she was always like kind of like this adventurous, interested character. That she would, and she had two older brothers. They were twins that I called Yester and Morrow. Which, the funny thing really is that I actually used Yester and Morrow in the Cry universe, an entire universe. I also included them in Morrow, Cry, and I use the same names, and they are also twins. But I did Yester and Morrow as well in this universe and on this planet. And Yester and Morrow were also twins, but her older brothers, and they hunted oftenly with their father. And how it works there, because there's no animals on that world, is that they learned to figure out what was sustainable throughout the many years, long before they were there. Their ancestors figured this out, but uh, figured out that they could actually find what was edible and stuff like that. And it made it interesting because it was the plant life and the demons, which are not animals. There's no animals on this world. There's demons that eventually you could say are like monsters, I guess, but and which ones you could eat and which ones you can't. So, it was always there. But it's that's idea, when I was thinking about that, and she's a very, very, very interesting character. I like Mist. She's, grows up in a family, that actually cares about her, unlike mine. Like, whatever. But anyway, but she was, I liked her. She, had a teaching. I remember seeing, like, she got lessons. She had an education. She still was adventurous. She went off, did things. She was very musical. She had a lot of different aspects about her. I remember her skin being slightly transparent when I was describing her, in a kind of like silvery type of skin. It was almost like a see-through, because not even my humanoid characters were not really even human in the end. There was always something different about them. So, and I remember she had like white hair, so like a silvery kind of, not really much white, but a silvery kind of, it was like something silver with her, but, I don't know, but, because like coming in and out, like this misty gray, white, silver kind of sadness, but darkness, that is coming, that is like a sign of the future as well of her story. But, in like seeing, where I remember writing her at times being told that she had to eat her family, and I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, okay, so this is a different time, but it's still, there's this event that happens that I call another event, but it's a different one. It's not really well entirely done. I guess I don't know how you would explain it, but anyway, the promised one, who is actually supposed to be the caretaker to the three prince, who is responsible for receiving the call, the devil's call, that actually makes the third reach even possible, because you can't have third reach without a receiver at the end to even begin it. So every reach starts with a receiver character. He was the receiver character. But he didn't get what he was promised, or he wasn't, let's just say, be careful what you wish for kind of story, because he received what he asked for, but it didn't arrive as in life. It came in the format of being deceased. Let's put it that way. But and so he's tasked with this, and he waits very long to get what he wants, and then doesn't finds out that he was fucked over for the sad, and felt like all this that he did at the time, but he wasn't really a good character. I mean, he definitely had a lot of people hate him, very evil at times, and kind of reminds me sometimes of the what is it, the Lannister's father, actor guy, because he is kind of like that at times, like kind of like that kind of imbalancedness, but also that balancedness, but doesn't get what he was promised, was deceived. But he started to go pursuing for himself at a point, and he would take bodies and feed them to a type of a particular vampire tree called the Black Diamond tree. And so the black diamond tree would feed on them and would harness their memories, and they would turn into blood ruby leaves. And he would take them, and this is one of the many vampire plants, and he would take them and pluck them and would consume them to experience their memories. It determined on finding the source of where, what he was promised, what he wanted, and where it is at. Because things didn't go to plan, and he was just still not going to let it go and determined to figure it out, find out. And what happens is when you consume those plants, a war begins with characters. There's a terrible price that you pay when you do this. The price is that you have let someone else's memories start to mix into your own bloodstream. And they could start to, you can end up conquering them, or they can end up conquering you, which then can make you a whisper of yourself, or you could turn them into a whisper, the memory itself into a whisper. There are different outcomes. But if you don't build up an immunity, and even if you do, sometimes vampire plants can trick you because they have different effects, each one. But this one in particular will turn you completely into the memory. The memory itself will come in, start to consume you. And one particular memory that comes through created and turned him into a whisper. And that memory is, as I say, is a part of a cannibalistic cult, and ends up having a determination. And so he's losing himself to a severely deranged, memory. Let's say that, at that one point in time, that was very if the memory took life of itself, and it really fucking wrecked him. And he took, a lot of followers out of that memory, and getting a lot of followers and turning them into, forcing them under the power of that memory, because that memory was truly unique, very powerful, very evil. And that memory was so powerful, it was able to leave him as well and influence others. So, and when that was coming out, every time when he would use that, he would create what I called the Ravagers at the time, where they were like scavenger characters, but they were like influence under, and the whispers, many types of things. So at that point, they go in, and they are the ones that actually break Ghost's barrier, and that memory, evil, powerful memory that takes over that body, ends up completely murdering that particular safe haven. It was a horrible, disastrous event. And Clash wasn't around at the time, because Clash was actually, at the time, Ghost and Clash weren't. Ghost ended up. Ghost was struggling with the maze right before he left Clash and pissed Clash off, but Clash was also participating through the barrier. What was going on is that there's these giant gate doors that were assembled by characters in Second Age that were a part of the imprisonment, that portals, you could say, and they are called, I would call them mazes, because you couldn't just go through them. You had to figure out how to solve them, and it would drive characters mad. It would destroy them. It was measures to keep people out of the Northern Sea. They took great measures to keep them out of the prison, so they couldn't even go over there. So, and there's these doorways, these gates, these portals, whatever you want to call them, all over on the planet that have this connection to keep the barrier up. And and he ends up actually sailing what I call the Greed of the Goblins, because that's the ship. That's the ship's name, because it was actually a Goblin commander's ship that they called the God. Like I remember, like some reason, like taking demons and turning them into different types of monsters, and I remember goblins being terrified of freedom, and I was like, that's fucking weird, but and loved to eat small things, and they would eat. They were a problem with goblins in particular because they would come in and eat like some other monsters, or they'd come in and eat people's children and shit like that, or I think it was a story about one that ate an elder's leg off and shit like that. So it's these are very hungry monsters of demons, but they were also, someone had the idea at the time to actually invite a bunch of them to a ship and enslave, and then as well, and they oddly were in favor of enslavement. It was strange because they were given these, they were fed. They would come in at a different time, but their commander would be tasked to fuel the ship. They had to feed them children. They had to feed the goblins. So it's very dark, but the commander's long dead and gone, and the ship was left, and the goblins were not destroyed, were slowly, starving to death throughout the centuries of where they were left. But the ones that remained were able to be reactivated by Clash, and Clash would sail that ship through the chaos of the maze or the portal, and straight into the Northern Sea. Would actually succeed eventually. And when he did, he would come into encounter with other things, like there were like the events of all the bodies that were left in that era, in the dead ships and everything that were left on that era, would be sprung up and activated as the voice of Ocean Sea. And she would push and amplify and she would instantly know of their presence, and like you had just broken into her prison cell. And Clash goes down at a point, and I described him as going into a seizure, and this very powerful guy that now was not so powerful, and finding that he had just went into something that he couldn't even handle at that point, and he had succeeded by going through the barrier. Ghost chose not to succeed. He purposely failed, and then left. But Clash, on the other hand, he succeeded, and then ended up being possessed by Crush. Crush actually took his body, the soul spirit of Crush, and it would possess the body of Clash. So it was a demonic possession type thing on the back of the ship. And Siren, he had just brought, because when they went across, the Siren's soul was in a seashell. That's actually connected to the false guardian, the false king storylines. That when Ghost killed or destroyed the body of Crush, it was not there, and neither was Siren's soul. Siren's body was managed to be imprisoned with her mother, but not her soul, and her Her love, you could say, or at the time, crush, was unable to have his body, but he got she got her his. I mean, um, and so I had to figure out how to also part of it was to figure out how to get her soul back to her body for Siren, and then she actually does go back into her body in that event, comes back up and has this ability. So now that she is reunited with her father, that keep in mind, Ocean still cannot leave the prison that she's in, but Crush now can in the body of Clash, and Siren now can now that she is reunited with her body. So they can actually cross through back and go all the way through. So that changes the story massively in this direction of plot. Siren is had very much was attached to her family. She cared about her father. Her father was at times not very, he didn't really like her choice, let's say, and some of her choices, but was dedicated and loyal and always protective. He wasn't, so he was, I saw him straight up murder one of her lovers, though. So that was a thing. Then she went through this phase when she was alive, and I don't really like it what she went through. She was not a very good person, let's say, but as a kid and a teenager, you could say, and then at that point and seeing where that adapts, but then she actually starts to become a good person slowly. With this one particular character, I called him the Light again, same character, but he was murdered by her father, and it was murdered by Crush. As an example, there was a lot of still purpose driven, a lot of demons involved, but Crush, was no longer on the same mission that he was sent for. Obviously, his mission shared similarities to his previous purpose, but they would deviate in ways, that would revolve around Ocean and being able to save her and bring her off the world, and stuff like that, because the original plan that would have costed her life. So, and that's why he, killing creators was no longer good enough. To the devil, it was always good enough. He had returned the soil of death. A very, very important saying. He even at one point started to invest in. It was called "This world must always have a creator," and that was buying them time to assemble and figure out how to save Ocean Sea from the wrath of the devil as well, and the side effects that would occur. And because, let's put it this way, if all of them, the direct descendants of the mistake are murdered or dead, let's say, that are attached to the earth, to that world, the micro demons would rise. They would come back. The same essence that made that world once inhabitable would return. And now that there was life on there, it would not end well for all life on the planet that had found ways to live on it. So, so there's that. And, so there's a lot of shit going on that is, in that time, or many times, and that connect in ways for thousands and thousands of years. Because, like I said, the second was the longest. The third actually was the shortest. And the first was pretty long, but not longer than the second. And then before that was longer than the first, but not longer than the second. And then the before factor is longer than all of it because there was no life, no life habitable. Demons ruled that fucking place and would devour anything and destroy it. Was even longer. So, but than the second. But while life was present on the world, the second was longer than even the. When Ocean was there, she was there for almost the same amount of time as the first reach. And that was before the first creators arrived. So, and so there's that, and she, which I still tied into that connection, but it's the first didn't arrive. No, that's not the first. Sorry. So the mistake itself. Well, here's the line. You have the micro demon age, what I call the micro demon age, and then you had which is where no life could survive, and then you have Ocean Sea age, where it's just her. She's the only thing alive on the entire planet. And then you have the age of the Devil's Mistake age, where all these creators are inhabiting this, that are associated to the mistake, to the planet, and basically shaping the world, these almighty original creators, and eventually their descendants would start to become stupider and stupider, you could say. But is the first breach, and then the fifth is the second breach, the failed breach, aka the interception, and then the sixth and final, known as the third breach, aka the second breach. And that lasted, I think I had calculated to approximately somewhere around 2 centuries. Like, it was only a little over 200 years long. Because there's an event that actually, with this here, this is in the early stages. Like, this is basically Crush at the time, you could say, is approximately in his 30s. So it's like, but he's not the eldest, so you'd have to calculate the time of Ghost being there, who is much older, because there was a lag, and before there was these great lags, so less than 2 decades, but over a decade each. So approximately from that time period, it would be close to the 50-year marker, or like 40-something year, so of the third reach. So yeah, but I think Tim Burton or somebody would probably love how this world works and how it looks. Because I had this idea, because it's very dark, very, there is no animals, there's no, it's how how it took shape, and demons, and how the existence of monsters like goblins can exist, things like that over the years. So it's of what is on the surface. Now, what's under the surface is much worse. What is connected directly to the surface is bad, but there's also the core, which is the worst of the worst. And there's a lot of different vampire plants, siren plants. The black diamond leaf trees turn into blood ruby leaves, are one of many. There are vampire plants that actually are used for psychics that want to fog things as well, certain types of things. There's plants that will feed on the atmosphere in Urus, and that particular plant actually had been sought to go extinct, though, when I was designing that, because it was such a nuisance that the people went out and sought to make that vampire plant extinct entirely. And others found vampire plants like, um, what's a good example? I could use the carrot ones, which are like edible ones that they can actually eat some vampire plants that will cause people that will reach in and basically will feed off of like eyeballs and like very weird shit, because like anything that regards to feasting on something is classified as a vampire plant in a lot of ways, whether it is, and that if you cook it a certain way, it would have complete opposite effects. You could end up using that particular plant, against itself to actually improve sight. I've always thought of the stereotype of carrots, I guess, for that one when I was designing that. But there's a lot. I just went weird with plants, like fucking bizarre with plants and demon plants, and monsters and shit, and different types of things. Goblins can actually turn into gargoyles. There's a possibility. There's a way. And gargoyles are, you could say, are still classified under the goblin category, except for they are much more stronger and can fly. But stuff like that. So, and usually when people come across gargoyles on this world, they are exactly what you would think. They would hide in plain sight, like as statues and shit, or blend in trees. Facial expressions, very camo. Call it stone eye effect is what I used to call it. So it's a fantasy world, but all inspired by demons first, and what you could do with demons to create life inhabitable. If you look at it this way, what I call death was, when the devil's mistake occurred, whether I use the old version or the new version, which the new version had creators, the old version a creator, that the creators created and shaped the planet. So they were able to forge the demons on the surface into creatures and plants, and their task was to make the planet habitable, you could say. And in that story, actually, the background, even, but it's different when I was writing it as a kid, because like I said, at that time it was a creator, but something, like I said, I changed it to creators. But at the time it was the devil's mistake. Already in chapter 1 explained most of the origin of how it happened, and went in and into descendants, and that creator at the time was still alive, but being poisoned by something that I later would discover and find out that there was a discovery, and the discovery was Ocean Sea. But her existence and what had happened to her, and how the demons had originally attached to her, and how she had managed to survive, do the impossible. So when that was happening, it was just in the background, like haunting, and there's a character that is, I believe, a fifth descendant character during that version, a fifth descendant character
that once had a rebellious father that would be a fourth descendant character. That fourth descendant character had now turned completely loyal. At the was and cautioned his son, but it was this kind of like Adam and Eve kind of aspect with him and this other character that's also a descendant, but a descendant on another lineage path with that. Obviously I was going to eventually turn into the creators because I don't like the one creator aspect. So so now she's attached to a different creator lineage tree, and so they meet, they fall in love, have a rivalry, they fight together on the battlefield as well, but he realizes there's a lie. He doesn't believe in a lot of the things that are kept, and that I had this obsession for knowledge for this particular character. This was the story. It was very clear that it was called The Demon Diary, was the name of it, and it was about that one of the creators, or at the time the creator, but was documenting all of creation and life and how they had done it, and all the mysteries, and thankful to the devil's mistake. The devil's mistake was very highly praised, and because they wouldn't be alive, they wouldn't be able to do what they're doing if it wasn't for God's permission for the devil to create them and create all this, and then they wouldn't have the ability to be free and break out of that if it wasn't for the mistake. So, and that, that's why the devil sought, to undo his creation, undo his mistake. So it backfired. Let's just put it this way. The devil had helped create gods. And the devil became a victim, an anti-God in himself in general. So, and it was so, and it just backfired against him. And never able to be ruled by a god, but was always able to, I don't know, like not entirely. So it's interesting because it's a very powerful barrier that the devil does have, even with the God in that universe at that time. Despite that, now it's a lot different. That God is, you could say was the Witch of Stars, an entire species race. So is what it turned into. And that what created them is even more bigger and more cosmic than the universe itself. So they shaped the universe, that particular universe, the Witch of Stars. So it shaped, took change, left it. I always thought of Game of Thrones, for example. Well, that obviously has happened long after, but like A Song of Ice and Fire, about, I don't know why I thought, like, at one point I thought the dragons came from outer space, and I was like, that's stupid. Why am I even thinking about that? But I always thought, like, what if something so medieval, was somehow much more cosmic, or found another way, another scale that would blow the minds of the original readers from a medieval vibe to a galactic one. But it's kind of essence that had sparked interest in me at one point in time. But yeah, because look at this. Like, here is actually right here is someone I call Captain Wavy. Where there's the shoreline. This is actually talking about the battle that battle. It's interesting. I actually wrote that underneath. Like, that's very tiny, but
like connect puzzles, but I don't, Captain Wavy though is oh yeah, that's right, because he was connected to when there was a bunch of victims, because when Master Welky, or the character I called Master Welky at the time, was basically hunting all of these characters to imprison them for power. There was a character in particular that went out and sought powerful characters, and I guess this character was one of those victims, but had, if I recall, he's the one that actually helped Ocean escape, if I remember correctly, this character, but also wasn't on her side in the battle. Like, he was on a different side. He had aligned himself with a different side. That was not with, you know, the others, which I believe the finale had, I want to say three, but I think that's a lie. I think it's four, if I remember correctly. Different sides. Yeah, and this is back to fucking the hive minder and songs and minds, and how songs can take over minds, and and connecting languages through colors and songs, and this particular part is apparently heavy on music ideas and spectrums. But oh, a calling card for, that's right, a calling card for the hippo in the campus. As I separated the hippocampus, the calling card for the hippo in the campus. It's like and that was written like someone said that, but I didn't connect it for some reason. That particular thing, I wonder what I was trying to say there, but maybe it was just a statement or a puzzle, like, but some of it's stray. But shining arcs full of artistic hearts. Now we're getting into just straight up kind of wording, I guess, where I went off a path and started doing wording like shining arcs full of artistic hearts, wandering. Oh, this must be connected to the music, maybe. Wandering with my virgin soul behind the mask of terror. That's right. Wandering with my virgin soul behind the task of terror, how to surpass the roofs of time. So many stories calling me response. What's the appropriate response? The answer: distracted by searchlights, processors, CPUs, convinced brains meet. Brute. Wow, that's interesting. Like, that reminds me of fucking notes. I wrote like brute up there, and then CPUs next to processors, searchlights. Where to be. So it's like an obscure, but also a picture, a guidance, shaper. Where must my mind be? Where must my mind be when may expectations and designs? Yeah, the hive minder went deep, and this was all connected to what I called the hive minders. Originally, I called it the adhesive, the hive minders adhesive. And then I was like, it became more like what would stick to a calling card of a telepath was like entertain the idea of telepathic abilities, and how one can enter one's mind, how it can project the picture. What is love? What is hatred? What is all emotions? What is ideas that were entertained? That is falling in love always a victim? Is the person who falls in love always the victim? Questions like that, like, are perhaps it's a forgetful victim that itself, is falling into hate a thing. Can you imagine, or into an emotion? It's, or guided into an emotion, and then there's the creation of love, creation of hate, and all of the different
things are associated with emotions, which we then started to me, become less human and more supernatural. Lines of what everybody called natural, I started to feel that natural was not, that natural was a house. Natural was a prison. That natural was a craft, something that molded me, had expectations to shape me into what would be natural by a supernatural force. I didn't actually write that there. I actually was just reading what I off my mind, like where I think it was going, some of it. But and I have written that somewhere, and I don't know if I have that anymore, that type of stuff. But here's more on Siren's feed. See, for a tiny little fucking notebook, I sure did cram a bunch of words in here. Yeah, some are harder to see. You have no idea. This connection. Oh shit. I think this actually is connected to Hiveminder. I think that's what that is. I started to figure out a way how to connect the that universe into Hiveminder universe. I forgot I did that. I started to think, like, what if both of them blurred into each other? That's why some of the Urus Spill is in here, universe, because I started to have it go into the Hiveminder. Apparently, she had a brother. I said she sang a deadly song. Like what? So this is different. Now it's like here I'm like characters, but doing something else with the character Siren. Crush still apparently Crush married Ocean. They had a son and daughter here. Like I don't know what the hell I was doing there, but had a brother. I made my brother kill himself. She says a deadly song. Ah, shit. That's right, because she had the ability even on that planet. She shares a lot of interesting features. Siren does, because when she was first conceived with the Crystal Rose, when she that was her. She just didn't have a name. And when that Mary proposal, when I first thought of her, like she went into her lover's mind and had casted him aside to find something that doesn't exist, and then it happened. It was so powerful that it became real. It came from his mind and actually manifested into the real world because she had such power with sound waves, and then she had that power even on that world. So that's interesting how she is in Hiveminder somehow, or the Hiveminder stuff. I don't know why I forgot I did this for some reason. The Siren Sea has a magical, but has a magical sound waves. What? This unstable. Not entirely always. She doesn't always know how. So there's levels vibrate. So okay, here now I started to write explanations or certain types of like science answers. It starts to change. So levels, vibration, volume level, separation, tuning, so frequencies, unaware, natural, transition, forgetfulness, side effects, accidental effects, even need.
doesn't even need to try. She doesn't even need to try for the power for the how it works. It's just like, but that's interesting. So, so right, kind of like a pusher in Doctor Sleep. I like that. I wrote that. I was like, kind of like a pusher in Doctor Sleep. I wrote, but it's Siren tells a story. Yeah, this is really deviating off of my other stuff. But Siren C, Siren Shine C. I never gave her a middle name in the actual other story, so I don't know. Maybe she has a middle name, Hiveminder. Hiveminder is very interesting because it really starts to blur. Some of it's comedy, some of it's dark. It's like I said, human appliances. I start talking about how robots had gained so much intelligence and to the point that they felt misused. Stupid, dark intelligence stuff. But neurological disruptors in the network. Oh, is this the scramblers? I thought the scramblers was like kind of like an intelligent Goonies kind of gang under the that would were rebellious, but also disruptors. They would go in and scramble crack codes and were a fun batch of characters that I called the scramblers. Manipulators, balance programmers, chemical disturbers, communication, transformable communication into reptilianism? Oh shit. I didn't just do plants. I did religions. I did languages, and one of the languages I called was reptilianism. I think I did a reptilianism, land gouge, mind connectivity, uh, coexist. What disrupts what's right for you? Mind connectivity again. Majority, minority, ideas, networking, demers, redeemers, insanity, call it something else, circle, repetitive, invisible numbers, actions, surveillance, free will, surveillance, free will, uh, harm of secrets and lies, the high performer, and then right here it's like a line and then squiggles like lifelines, be dead, just for life, and high performer. Yeah, some of it I apparently didn't explain too much to myself, but I'm sure I could recall it. So a lot of this is a lot of notes. Will I ever truly be loved? That might be me. That might be my diary written here. So I like how it went from Hiveminder into fucking and then Hiveminder somehow connected to a lot of other things, like written in tiny shit, like needle internet needles, the STX. I forget. I have to figure out what the hell that was. STX. I don't remember. Strain transfer. Strain transfer. And then it doesn't say what the X part is, but it says strain. Part of it, the ST, strain transfer. The strain and transfer, strain transfer. Graphic processing units. High performance graphic processing units. Transfer data security. Transfer data security. Maybe this is connected to the scramblers. Sounds like the scramblers. Could be. Lost her. She's too far gone. Must move on. I lost her. She's too far gone. Must move on. Let's be here. Sometimes lets me hear the cries and screams. People I love, corrupted the best people I love, went into, became caution. Caution. It's a warning. It's a warning. It's one of those. There's a warning. I have to figure out what I was trying to say that were connected, but it seems like this part is connected to something to do with the scrambler characters, and some of it I was hitting me like, will I ever truly be loved? Like things like that. It was like almost like it was my diary. I'm not reading all of this though, because like some of it's like so tiny. Brain breakers. It's a cracked code. What is the hive minder's next adhesive? Future adhesive. Cracked code. Head writers. Scramblers that were against it. That's right. Scramblers sought to destroy the existence of hive minders. It was one of their motives. This was actually something that was said to me in real life. This fucker's a programmer. That's interesting. How I wrote that in to actually. That's interesting indeed. Like, they really, really are connected. Like, certain events in my real life are connected to fictional characters. Entered her mind. Who's her mind? Werner's blind. Shifter's devils. Shifter's devils. Steal used souls. You steal used souls. Like, break hells. Fees illusion. by others. Survival from hell. Survivor of hell. It's like fucking numbers. It's just not letters. Survivor, like dot dot dot. See the light fusers. Burn. Burn. Head. Limbic system on fire. Ice. Ice mines. Ice brains. Save. 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 Save future. Save past. All victims. This is starting to make sense a little bit now because I think this is when I was entertaining time travel with the scramblers of how they could end up going back to save people who had who had went through hell or under evil hive minders. Like they could save the future, but figuring out how to save the past, the victims that have already occurred as well. Um, host, G-host, devil makers, reasons created, reasons created, breakers, and deny their existence, mindsets guarded, shaped by hive minders, claimers, writers, pirates, G hosts, G equal hosts. What? G equal hosts. G equal host, and then there's some blank pages. Microsoft now, pros and cons. Oh, nowadays it turns into pros and cons of being an actor. Pros meeting people, traveling, being a part of something that feels good. It's bigger, creating, bringing characters to life, love for stories, create films, video games, motion, acting, and voice acting. Money, unfortunate, money plays a role. Rejections, potential, art directors, possibly judgment on a role after production. People might target how get people not to want to hurt me. That's interesting. Negative things. Creating a state. It's like I like how it went into trying to figure out how to get people to like people, pretty much, or get people to like me, I guess. Like trying to figure out crack the code. I don't know, free will, but it says free will above all, but yet make people like me. I guess I'm questioning my morality now. Not reading all this on doing that. Like, I don't know why. So I guess I apparently thought making people
like me was against their free will. I questioned, I guess, the idea of that, but now it really, I guess, went in and then goes back to something else here. It's this position in life that will always, or always be a reliable, non-struggling, you know, what like to achieve, how, to be loved truly, what attracts immortal love. I started, okay, that might be, I started explaining here, ideas, basically features that maybe that she would have to have out of, because I went there into love apparently and thought it was very good that I needed to do that, write it on paper, which may look bad or not, but I started thinking like what, like health freak probably, different ideas, like a list of traits that she probably had to have that would match immortal love. Like I was, and able to create barriers against others, intelligent, supernatural. That's interesting. But I don't know. But and then a lot of blank pages stops there and never got finished apparently from that point on. Anything. That's interesting that that's the ending in this journal. But I don't have other stuff. I like how it goes from Hiveminder stuff into apparently a thought process and then into another universe. This one is completely empty by the looks of it. Never wrote this one down. Yes, that's it. That's all I can find at the moment. I know I have other stuff, but I've thrown out a lot of it. Um, like I said, at one point I felt like it was pointless to even write, or to keep things, and then I just it's hard to have things. I find it difficult to have objects because I asked the question of how long can I maintain these objects. Um, I don't have all my childhood stuff, right? I don't have everything. I couldn't figure out how to keep everything, when it's physically. Sometimes it's easier to have nothing. In a lot of ways, it is. There's a relief about having nothing, but then it's like being a part of something is the real selling factor, I think, of what really lures in, what draws one in. I don't collect like physical stuff as much as I used to. And the reason that is because I learned that it's difficult to protect objects. I can't, even if they're physical, like you can have a giant library of movies, games, statues, you name it, and you can like them, but in the end they could cease to exist one day. And how to protect that stuff, especially if I don't even have money to do my dreams or be able to have access to my dreams, how the fuck am I going to be able to juggle both of those things? Something has to go, right? And and that's what happened. That's how I'm able to travel more, actually, because I don't do all that shit anymore. I still do every now and then. I mean, there was a time in my life I would have probably sought to come up with a way to get that ROG LAX, despite that it's not the best handheld in existence. I believe the best handheld in existence doesn't exist yet, as my mind is the best is something it's not even invented yet. So, but a suitable structure is something, right? So juggling multiple things. Where are your friends at? Where are your future friends at? Where is all this stuff at? You know, um, I don't know. Or I do, and my brain just uh, turns into a battery. I'm down a wrong path or some shit. Still, it reminds me of the vibe of leaving a concert but not wanting to leave a concert. Like when you're somewhere and you don't want to leave, but then you feel like you have to leave, but you don't want to leave, but you do it anyway. You leave anyway. Or you walk. You want. Let's say you want to walk over somewhere, but you don't walk. You end up walking the opposite direction. It's like, oh, heaven, but then you walk away from heaven and you walk straight into hell instead. You know what I mean? I physically have done that. You know, and try to figure out why I did that at times. Where I just, you know, where I saw heaven but didn't go to heaven. I went the opposite, where I saw it was very, very calling. I had experiences as a kid. You could say maybe partly of that is the influence that taught me that just because someone says they love you may not actually love you. It might actually, or something that looks good or feels good could be a trick or a deception, that maybe that there's something there, you know, that says go to hell, don't go to heaven in a weird fucking way. So I don't know, but I think I found a way to exist in hell, in a format of hell. Um, but I don't like it. There's want and then there's need, and there's a great divide between the two. There's like I once said that when I think of true love, I tried to narrow down how to find her, how to best connect, and one of the instinct things that instant feel, don't think, feel. I came to the want. Some reason, an actress, musician's first words that came out of it, of some searchlight, and then the need said producer. It's like, I thought like, what the hell am I doing? Am I selling myself up for failure on purpose? What am I doing? Like, it sounds like celebrities can't even maintain their own relationships in the public eye. So I have to figure out and crack the code to how to do something before it even exists. Right? Modern, in a way, despite that it resembles the presence of the current of times, is extremely futuristic. And oddly has it's the word empathy or for the past. The past feels sad. The past, is like in imagining all the hell that can exist and that is out there right now. The flaws in the real world, not just in fiction, right? So it's, I think it's that's the hard part, right? You go down the fiction road and you get the real world, and it starts to. I could just find myself drifting into not just not necessarily my past, but into people's past that I have met, and also people's past that I have not met, and also into futures. I think there is a mindset, and then there's emotion.
I think falling in love is, through my experiences, watching, perceiving it through others. I've never seen people really in love. I've seen people think they were. It's weird because like time's up, and then they're like hating each other, and then they fall back in love, and I'm like, that sounds like a fucking battlefield of hell. Like, I don't want that. I want immortal love, undying love. It's thinking like how to crack the fucking code that where most humans have never ever accomplished. It is a. What am I supposed to fall into lust? Is that what people would encourage me to do? To go lust first? I could say it would make my life easier, but I know too much to say that it would make my life easier for in those times. But after, when the time's up, I will be very much alone and realize that I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know. I guess, am I trying to talk myself into going down Lucifer's path or something? I don't know. I don't know. But it's an interesting thing to think of, I guess, if or to understand, because I could say there's visions. If I fell in love with every damn vision, right, or something, so it's like, I don't love everything that I see, but I know that I can, and I also know that I can not. Like, what's crafting my emotions? What emotions exist? Because sometimes I feel like I don't have emotions, but sometimes I do. I feel like nothingness is something, and says a lot. But the mind in itself, I've always wanted true love more than anything in the world, and I had feared reasonable fears like careers, lifestyles that I wanted to do that would also prevent me from having ever being in that, really. Like, I would have, I'd be in a fake relationship at best, or a time relationship. If if I'm an actor, then there's something fucking wrong with me. If I'm just an actor, then I'm fucking cursed for life. Life, right? Like, what role models exist when it comes to true love? The flawless perfect, there isn't. There's imperfection, and even those who will go and reach to try to teach it that are out there in existence, and I still seek the impossible. I still fucking have a part of me that, despite the guidance or that some of the things, that still wants to do the impossible. Even if I haven't figured out how yet. You know, that's an example. But, and sometimes it's the sacrifice, that makes it possible, makes the impossible possible. I am a joke, I'm sure, in a lot of eyes, or a tragedy in some. I think there's different perspectives. I don't think there is just one way of looking at anything or anyone. And I don't know, it's interesting. I could fall in love with sound. I could fall in love with, and torn away, right? If I cease to exist, I go into a sound, and the sound takes me wherever the fucking sound takes me. And then that sound robs me and takes me away and leaves me stranded on an island, and then says, I made you do this. It's not fucking siren. It's
that made you fall in love and then left you stranded in death because they didn't love you. I don't, I don't know. Maybe the siren wanted a piece of my soul or something. Something that is unseen, something that is impossible, and they had gotten what they wanted and had left me stranded on the island. Something that is not always seen, something that is obscure, something that might be obscure. Why it was easier to hit the in a restricted house. By the main way, any voting system is a restricted house, but unless you apply your name to it, I write down a name at the bottom of, you could write down a name at the bottom of your voting list that don't even match any of the people on the list, right? So there's that. But in the house, it's still a format of restriction, but it was easier. Why was this so easy to just vote Claire Obscure Expedition 33 everywhere it was in? Even if there was a game or something I had associated and had finished or found, if I were to time travel and look into it and find what drew me there, why did I enjoy it for that time? And I didn't even play Claire Obscure Expedition 33 twice. Like I did something like Mind's Eye. I played Mind's Eye, that is a game that is known to be one of the worst games of this year, and I had beaten that game twice. But yet, I would have very little to no interest in ever voting for it. But yet, I somehow went and played it twice. So all the way through, even, right? So there's, it's there. I don't know. There's something. But I don't know. I don't know the answer to. But maybe it's the dream of the career. Maybe there is something else even better than the career. That's somehow connected. I don't really know, and I think oddly I was okay with not knowing. I don't know, and then just hitting it. Just like I didn't play Marvel's Deadpool, but I had let Marvel win. I have played Marvel Rivals, mostly when it first launched, and then I stopped. But I haven't played it in a long time. But I don't know. I gravitate more towards single player games. But I voted for Battlefield 6, not when I voted for multiplayer of the year under that category, because I think it was the only one on the list I played under multiplayer or some shit. I almost went to Helldivers 2 because of what the cause was. I kind of get crossing the pathways of why someone would choose Helldivers as of what they were doing by taking a studio into another studio, but it's not the first time that's been done. It just it seems like it is for Sony sometimes, but it's not necessarily. It's like, what am I trying to reward Sony to put more Sony games onto Xbox? I think they should, but they still lack soul. It does not have the soul of something that is in Claire Obscure. That's something there that is so powerful that somehow it reaches so many people, even if they don't know what it is. It's that they can feel something like a soul, like a even if they can't see it, and it's and it was just easy. It was easy easy to say that. And I also saw that it would win. It's like I saw Astrobots win. I let myself receive the vision. I didn't craft any of this. In fact, I did invest in it, kind of, I guess, with the vote, though. But by clicking on votes, I influenced the vision and accuracy. But I had visions before, of when I let myself dive into the NFL, for example, and doing that stuff, and had a streak, and then found that one of the visions that were given to me was clearly sabotaged. I didn't, that's the thing about receiving vision and the thing about creating vision are different. So when I received vision, and it wasn't even entirely, I couldn't even piece all of it together. So when it came back to like football type connectivity, I tried to understand what the hell that was. But I don't know. I like this year I did not participate in any at all due to feeling betrayed. To be honest, I felt betrayed. Like something about it was purposely sabotaging me, and I couldn't figure out what it was. And I was like, I'm walking away from the NFL, anything associated with it. And I did. I guess I started to lean into it a little bit this year, but then I completely just walked away from it. So, but yeah, so I was never a football fan. I just entertained the idea that let me become a football fan. I had become a football fan, right? But I wasn't a football fan originally. It's like I wasn't this or that, but I can become it. And then it's like time's up. It's like it's investing myself into something. What do I get by being loyal to a team? And that's a football team. I don't understand. So I really never quite understood that. So, and I don't know, but anyway, I would rather be loyal to a team that is bettering the industry and doing more than playing the same damn game over and over again. That are trying to change the industry to make it better. So, personally, but because I don't think it's perfect. I think it's naive to say it's perfect. I think that that's the dream. The goal is to get to perfect. I guess in some ways, but and that's why I felt. Why did I feel so much? Why did I let myself feel, so enraged on like Grand Theft Auto 6? And where was that coming from? The when I started to learn or started to fall into an emotion, a strong dislike for Rockstar, it's. I learned, that they had fucked over people, and that does affect. It does make me challenge myself and question myself, for supporting the game. And I realize there's a part of me where I might end up still doing it, along with many other people, and realizing that I would also hate myself doing it, which means I would clearly be able to figure out a way how to survive by hating myself. Right? So, but I think it's a fascinating structure, but I also think it shows the world, those who care more about money at a corporate level than life. When you have billionaires, trillionaires that could save lives, have the means to employ, even if they just employ to save lives, and yet they do nothing but build things that people can buy into. And it's like a constant cycle of trade. Like if the devil that ate its tail was capitalism. Shit like that. So I think, there is some valid fucking things out there. Like I said, I once sat in a Dunkin' Donuts once after stranded by my bus, and before I had my license, and I was fucking stranded out in a storm, and God,
I praised when Dunkin' Donuts opened because it's not too far, and I went into Dunkin' Donuts to get out of the damn pouring rain, and had come across someone who had claimed that they were once in the uh, I don't know, but but they I remember the mindset of this ex mercenary or whatever, I don't know, but said to me that I remember being like mentioning capitalism, and they said to me like, well, it's you know better than communism. And I remember, and the way that they said it was like it was just dead. The conversation was going nowhere from that point on. I remember when it went to that, and I think like looking back at that, thinking like how no one. It's like instantly people just settle at something they say that it's not perfect, and they're okay with this imperfect imbalance that also costs people their lives. This imperfection. But I don't know. It's interesting because it's like where people die, is interesting. People will die on not wanting to pursue something better, or someone who does. How long can they live to pursue something better before they're outnumbered by killers? True. I think that's why evil exists, is because every person who wants to try to abolish it is somehow outnumbered by people who have at least a demon inside them that doesn't want it to be abolished. Which makes me feel outnumbered, and it makes me question the point of things. It's almost like, in a way, it's easier to embrace hell in an odd fucking way and realize it's hell and just embrace hell. But I don't know. I don't like to all go down that rabbit hole, but I would much rather, for other people, for me, make it so everybody can create and do what they want, free, stuff, as long as they're not physically hurting anybody. I don't get why corporate overlords have to be like, nope, you can't do that. It's fucked up. If anything, that should be illegal. Owning an IP should be illegal. A demand. It's like, can't do that. Nope. So that's including my own work. So that before what may or may never be released. So there's a place for something out there, and it's just like it's the people, I think, that are the most important parts. Family that I the dream and the most important part is family that I apparently don't have. So, or I don't have, but I sometimes think like people might think I have it, but I don't. And then I'm an asshole for saying that. But it's, because I have a landlord or something that might give me discounts, right? So I wouldn't, I don't know if that's qualified. Like, have you ever sat down with the discount landlord and had a wonderful conversation with him? No, not, I've never. Or have I ever in a creative spree or anything like that? It's like, it doesn't go anywhere but a thank you and an understanding of affordability. So I don't know. I meet a lot of great people, but I may never see them again. I'm looking for immortality, and I somehow maybe I'm getting closer to finding it. I feel like it every time I enter LA, and I don't know what that feeling is, but something says that something immortal might be here. So. But I saw a sign, and
New York is a lot of times to me. New York reminds me of trauma. You know, deep up, upstate. Sometimes it's it's hard to hear anything good because there's so many bad memories over or artificially good memories that were coping mechanisms. So to figure out it's programming. This fucker's a programmer, it's not entirely wrong. I mean, I don't really, not why I don't know why I said that, but I think at the same time, it's maybe what one thinks is not exactly the same, but it's on that. But as a, what is that? Maybe it's just a instantly a response. Maybe it's the gift of free will. I don't know. Like to me, it's. I agree, but I also disagree. Is what I'm saying. Someone should be like, "This is what you are." Yeah, I think you might find yourself in a pickle if you let the wrong person decide who you are. I think it makes all the difference in who you're around. Not everyone on earth has good intentions, unfortunately. So I'd say be careful. Say, but also like don't be evil. But I don't know. It doesn't matter what I say because people are going to do what they're going to do anyway. Because one day a president speaks up or multiple presidents, say something, it's in like the entire country responds, and how they respond, is also another thing. It's never in my life have I ever seen that. I've seen where people are convinced in a drawing of higher numbers, but or is it an illusion? Is it a fall into a perspective of someone who speaks for someone? Reminds me of my fictional stories that might not be as fictional as they come out to be at times. The hive mind. So type of stuff. I never known an alien, to be ET or extraterrestrial. I always known an alien, I guess, to be fog and not knowing what it is. More of a confession, I guess. So it's not. It's like time's up. And then you start seeing an alien to be a dinosaur, a dragon. Your mind goes right into a new fracture of an identity for an alien. It's like souls and demons and angels, all that fun shit that might just fuck you up in the process. And I don't know, but I think it's a little too easy to be alone and hard to be loved, to love and be loved. Easier to destroy thyself for others and suffer, which is horrible, by the way, and not what I want. Want, true love, need to know how to do the impossible, to figure out the impossible, the solution. So want musician actress, need producer. See what that is? A blur in love. Isn't that something that's interesting? It's like personal life into your career. It's trying to figure out how to get life out of your career, right? Where's the love in the career? Like, looking for love, in the career. How can you obtain both? It's like, get your personal life out of the career, but where's everybody in the career? Don't people want love from the career? Don't people want life, their life, as well, out of the career? I can't be the only one that's trying to figure that out. It wants that, and it's almost like I never acted before. I did. I mean, I've acted, we're talking like acted, well before I was in a classroom doing my first probably potential recording thing was where I played a dragonfly in a play that I used to think was incredibly embarrassing, but now I don't really care anymore that I played that character. It doesn't change the fact that I played the character, dragonfly, in a classroom in a play that that wasn't on stage, and that I classify sometimes as my first play, but well, it was. I mean, I did acting before then, but it was a lot of entertaining and on the trampoline and out there. And my first girlfriend, some reason, would feel better when I hurt myself. She started laughing. I think she, I would try to figure out how to make her laugh, but she was down, and I remember that, and then questioning, like, no wonder why. That's probably partly why our relationship never worked out. But I don't know. But it's not like I've never been in a relationship either. It's just like I try to avoid them, but I also want one, at the same time. But it's, it's difficult. First stage performance was, I can't even fucking remember. It was something. They put chairs. It was like very bad. It was like there was nothing. It was on stage. It was chairs. I think we were on a bus or something. I can't even fucking remember what it was about. I think it was like travel the world or something. I don't know. It was, again, well, I could recall it, I guess. Try to dial into that memory more and more to remember. I might eventually rehear the name in my head. But it was a musical, too, because I sang in that play. I don't remember singing as a dragonfly. I was not even a main character. A dragonfly was a supporting character that came in to support a frog, I think. I don't remember. I think the frog was the main character. I was the dragonfly, and I was fat, and I had wings, and yeah, it was embarrassing at the time. Looking back at it, I think it was horrible, personally. So I think I did a really bad job, but it definitely was probably by far my worst performance ever. But I don't know. And now it's like easier, it's a lot easier. It was easier to be on the stage doing in the classroom. it's weird because like I was hated and I let people hate me to bother me, and then I went up and took I took their perspective of what they were missing. That's and I did something that the other actors didn't do. I killed myself with a dead body, invisible dead body, while bringing an invisible prop in. I'll never forget that because I remember, it was taking something dark and turning it into a comedy. So, um, yeah, and also the cruelty that those kids really did not want me to exist or didn't care if I existed. So, not a single one of them in that class gave a shit about me. So there's that too. So just the guy in the hoodie that might even come in with a billboard the wrong time, not even wear the right billboard for the time. I wasn't selling something that was relevant at the time, you know, even though I had thought of it. Perhaps nowadays I still think of how many shirts do I need to sell something. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Maybe I'm just leaning into the devil wears a t-shirt advertisement idea or a walk billboard, which I probably am guilty as shit of doing still this day every now and then, but not as much as I would if I had. There's shit I could definitely wear a shitload of things and live in the billboards of all times for each and single one of them. I know I could do it, but financially, will I do it by myself? Probably not. So that's an example, but you know, uh, it's like how many Ghostface shirts do I have because they were gifts, and I just accepted the gifts over, you know, and how many times do I go out shopping for clothes? Not very often. So it's or shop in my mind wants to tear it apart, but I just surrendered the to the object that I am now wearing. It's not who I am, it's who I project or what I project into people's minds. Who I am is lost, a puzzle piece that is trying to figure out how to find home. It wants to go home, but can't figure out. And then people are telling me your address is home, but it's certain houses don't feel like home. No, I've never had an address that feels like home. So some people think it's some kind of I don't know something else. There's so many perspectives I could see. Uh, Sometimes I see the ones that are going to be against me. I was like, people read negative comments. Like, why are YouTubers like? I say I like your stuff or something, and then they're like, don't acknowledge it, and they look at like all the hate instead and start doing videos of the hate. I thought one was creative. I thought one of the most creative ones I saw was where I saw this girl sing her haters' comments, and I was like, that one I think might even be my favorite. Jenna Davis is her last name, but yeah, but I had seen more than one of her videos, and I was very, I really like the creativity, and she screams talent.
like how she takes hate and turns it into a very charmful, loving, like magical fucking song is like amazing. So I don't I, like that one really stands out for me. But I saw like, but then again, it's like, what could you do that with love comments or good, with the comments? I wonder because if someone's in an alchemy stage to only do hate, which it seems like a lot of times, not just musically, but because people will draw their attention to the hate in general over love, or other, whatever, but or encouragement. And sometimes it's not good enough to say. Sometimes I don't talk and because I don't like text too much, so I don't really go in and like message, because I feel like I start to turn into a fictional character every time I start texting anybody on Earth. That they know that I start to transform, it's like into somebody else. But it's like, I don't know, but it's so I asked another reason why I don't like doing it, but it's because it's like I don't know, but anyway, I could say hi, and then they might be like hi and wonder why I don't say anything else. Or good job, I like what you're doing, and then disappear. It's and then I realize that and I like they might be like wondering why I left. Like when those who have read my comments and those who respond to the good stuff, and I think like I don't know how to establish relationships online. I don't know how to do it. It's I every time I am online, I am struggling with a personality disorder. I start to become somebody else. It's like like if anything, it's like I start writing something like if I'm writing somebody, and then it's like, what's the topic? They say something, and then I don't know what they're saying. Then I might not even ask them what they're saying, and then I'll just start entertaining like I know what they're saying, and then it starts to even encourage the shape of another character. So it's like next second I'm like, I really never even knew what the fuck they were saying. I just started to lean into, okay, I think I know what you're saying, and then goes in this direction. So I've been in those where there's like, I don't know, abbreviations, misspelling, and then I'm like, and then I hate myself. Like I'll get in an argument with myself, and people write in the text, like I'll write like, misspell something and be like, fighting myself and saying like, for misspelling words and right there, and then the other people are like looking at me like, this is my chat. What are you doing? Like are you fighting yourself, attacking yourself? Like what a weirdo. And true, I fucking have done it lots of times. So it's, and I try not to, and I don't know if I haven't done it in a while, but it's for this direction. Like I said, how in the fuck can you do Marvel without becoming a director? I don't know. Under Disney, I probably couldn't be an actor in a Marvel movie. It would be impossible. Part of me feels like I would end up being forced into being a director. My mindset to being a control freak is what it is. I don't think it would work out. I think I'd get fired before hired is what I'm saying. And it was I don't know. But despite that I am better than them at creating a lot of people better than them at creating Marvel movies. I'm an asshole, but hey, I am better than them at creating Marvel movies. If I was given the power to do such a thing, I would create the most badass fucking universe on Earth. I would start, picking with something and making it more impactful than it ever was. And I'll tell you what, when you have Marvel comics, they're, in greater stories in comic books than in movies. I watched a survey. I couldn't, online, or what was it? Best Fantastic Four movie is an example on Twitter or X, and my answer was I didn't answer it because I felt like I was an asshole
You know, I felt like my honest answer would be an asshole. So my answer would be the comics if we're talking stories. But if we're talking, I could pick God Squad was one of the first things that came into my mind, which isn't even a full Fantastic Four connection. Where does that puzzle piece go into? I could pick the Fallen Angels, which is more comedic, has more of a sense of humor. There's so many choices, but for the time of the connectivity, I think you got to show people up. I think it's it's Deadpool and Wolverine mocking everything that came before. It really is a statement piece, right? So you have to do something that's going to be a statement piece because first impressions, unfortunately, do exist. I can't go do a Scarecrow movie because it would, like by going science first and then into uh, paranormal in these day and ages, before it would be booed off the fucking stage. It would go down as boring as shit. Because people aren't ready for that type of stuff. And plus it's slower. I have to jump right in and then tell a lot of that story in that pace because I do have a Scarecrow story where it's slower, but I have other Scarecrow story where it's not. So stuff like that are in me. So and piecing up that I mentioned with DC Control. I cannot go down those rabbit holes without becoming an asshole. I fear I'm an asshole. I guess I'll become a dictator in the Marvel universe, the DC universe. Says that I want to be able to have my say. I also want people to have their say. I want people to be able to do what they want to do, but at the same time, I'm not the owner of these IPs. I'm a prisoner just as much as all these other creators, that are a prisoner to Disney. So it's like Disney is the warden, or whoever is running the Marvel, or what is it? Kevin Feige's the warden to the prison. So it's difficult if you run through things from him that might not see the light of day. I don't know. I may. I don't think I get. I don't know. I've had this feeling like I want to do something, and I have so many great ideas, but I don't think I'd ever even, that I would even be considered for hire. I'd probably be rejected before even there's a chances. So I don't know, or I would play the Blob and not be able to have creative control or something, and have to be okay and fine with playing the Blob. An easy character. No work required. Just be fat and fight and take and get angry by comments. Some things about X-Men Origins, the Wolverine X-Men Origins had some, yeah, interesting things about it, and I think the Blob is one of them. Someone got a disorder. It's dark humor, but isn't that where it takes you? I think Deadpool Wolverine is dark humor. So, how is it light humor? And no light humor in Deadpool Wolverine. That shit dark as shit. But it's also louder, and has a lot of elements about it. So it's bright in some. I guess there is a bright, like I said, there's scenes in it that scream louder than fucking full Marvel movies. Short scenes that scream louder than entire Marvel movies in that film. Like the scene with the Hulk and Wolverine, stuff like that. And that was just a tiny fucking scene, right? So things like that were like, here's some comic accurate things. Is it not a giant fuck you in a way? or show them up kind of in a way, like that things can be done, you know, comic accurate, even that there is a way, but it just was never allowed to exist. People had their own vision, deviate. Oh, this like Harry Potter. People think Harry Potter season 1 is going to be identical to the Sorcerer's Stone. I pulled out that book not too long ago. I didn't need to. I taught myself how to read off the first 4 books. So, you know, I know those books, and I get why, you know, there's image, there's description. I think, of course, it's not gonna be book accurate. Come on, you know, it's they're full of shit. You know, it's not, but there could be more. But the thing is, more book accurate. That's the catch. They could use book accurate as a marketing tactic and say, hey, here's scenes directly out of the books. Here's even this character shooting stars from Kent. You know, we're going to use all these different scenes in the Sorcerer's Stone, and we're going to put them in here, and it's like, you know, and that were never in the original, but we're going to also not stay identical to everything. And then that's enough, you know, in a way for them to claim that it's more book accurate than the movies, right? And right, with Hagrid looking almost, some people say with the costume design, I don't know what they're looking at, but you know, I think, man, isn't that it though? Isn't that just a thing? Because Robbie, it was such a good guy. I never met him, but every interview I've ever seen him in, he was such a vibrant, live guy, you know, and he really, really loved that character, and seemed to think like it would be watched for many years to come. And now that he's gone and it's now portrayed by someone else, what version is better? Character or actor, I think, are two different things, or how it's portrayed. Character, Hagrid was always described as a giant buffoon, right? He was not clean, he was dirty, you know, all these other things that you could say. He pulled out sausages, food out of his damn pockets, stuff like that. An owl at time out of his pockets, had all this shit crammed in his, you know, he was, you know, very, not the cleansiest, cleany, half giant, half wizard in the books. So, as a character, in trying to get past the sadness and then that of what they're doing there, then yeah, the character is, well, I don't know. Even with the new one, it looks a little bit closer, but I don't think it's identical to the image in my head. But I think like it's closer. I think the Albus Dumbledore one, at times, sometimes I think like that's not going to be hard. As I think it might be easier to, you know, because they really went off the rails in the movies with Dumbledore, because he was not book accurate in several. I mean, the closest scenes were when he started to become more calmer in the Half-Blood Prince with that actor, and then the other actor before him, who sadly passed away, was even more accurate than the actor who took over. But they're the actor, they're the prisoner, the director that steers the ship, right? What they bring to it. So I think you want to have fun, and I think if you want to bring something identical to life, it takes a lot of sacrifice and discipline. It might even be less fun. And I think that's hard to do in a world that is trying to live and get life out of something. They don't want to be just a prisoner to that project. So no, I have no ounce of me at all believes that it is going to be 100% like the books. Now, the question is will it get past the second season? How far will it go before people don't like something? There was that Lord of the Rings show that got canceled, I think it did, right? So, or whatever that. I don't know. That's hard for me to say. I don't really know everything about Lord of the Rings like I do Harry Potter, so that's a different topic. But I think that the difference is, I think people, it really shows perspective. It's so difficult to say because I don't, I understand like people can get handed shitty sticks, but it's like, or it's handed something and they have to work with it. And it's like, I would cast myself, if I don't know, I probably wouldn't. I'd be too obsessive to cast myself into Harry Potter. I would probably, and I would, who would I be? I don't know. That I don't know. Because my mind and that would be obsessed with trying to get it all to align. I don't know if I could find a place for me to exist in that. I think my favorite character at times was Severus Snape because I don't know. It's just I don't know why I would say that, and I said that before, but I would but I looked in the books and thinking like with him in particular, I always thought of him as the outcast that had horrible. It was very talented, but had horrible communication skills. And I when I looked at Severus Snape, he was the only character that I saw myself as. Right, so more like I saw bits and pieces of Harry in me as well, but in Severus, like a lot, it's fucked up that I saw a lot of the fucked up shit in those books when I sit there and think about it, more relatable than anything that was positive. But the thing is like I look at that stuff and I think like I think it's difficult to say because someone out there wants to do it, and I don't want to take that away from them to go and put their heart and soul into remaking it. And I even was on board. Like I one of the casting that really got my attention was the Albus Dumbledore one because I understand that he's not really like English, but I kept seeing in my mind like other films that he was associated with, thinking like he could destroy the character, but he could also really, I saw another side where he could also really bring the character to life as well, like the calmness and the oddity ness. And I sat there and thought like I actually think he might be able to pull it off. Like, so at least he's a weird character in the books. He's a lot weirder in the books than he is the in the movies. He's calm like the Albus Dumbledore that's in the the first two movies, but that Albus Dumbledore was less weird. And the real Dumbledore in the books, right, if it's book accurate, was weird. He said weird shit that no one ever understood, or he would speak in riddles at times and say things like he found a chamber pot. During the dance, the Yule Ball and the Goblet of Fire, he mentions finding a chamber pot. And he walked by this place. He was talking about the Room of Requirement. He manifested basically a toilet that he needed. It has humor or like shit like that. There's weird shit in the books, and it's and I think like adapting that is going to be interesting to see how people perceive that. Again, movies. So things like that, it's you get a perspective. I actually think like like I said, I'm not going in thinking it's going to be 100% book accurate. I'm going in thinking that they're going to take scenes out of the books and bring them to life as much as possible as they figure out how to do, is what I'm thinking. But that's how I look at it. But then I also look at it like if I was in control, man. I keep thinking of puzzles. That's my issue. So I think I can't look at some things without. It's difficult to look at something and not see puzzle pieces sometimes, and it's and when in the real world is people that I don't know how much life I'd get from. I would be giving my life to perfection or a perspective, and I wouldn't be getting life in return. That's what I'm saying. I would, is, and I would be looking at it as not just one character. So it's like, how do you be an actor in something like that that's calling you to be a director? Like it's like I would break character because I would feel like something's off. That's what I'm saying. That's difficult because of such a grasp of knowledge and connectivity to the books that I don't know. I think I feel like I'd struggle internally with on the set. I don't know if I would be a very good actor in that. I don't. I feel like I wouldn't, at least. But but adaptation to things. It's not like I wouldn't. You have to blend into things. So it's if I got the offer, I think there's a reason why for directors at times won't tell actors everything that they're doing, and I think to get it to work, I would have to train my mind to be ignorant in ways and look at it at a certain perspective, and keep doing that. I would have to, so I would be dedicating my mindset constantly into that role. So, to what they want, if that's what they want. That's a trade between a director and an actor. A director, I think, you have the producer, the finances, you have to set it all up, and Harry Potter's such a complicated thing that it's you want to build, all the set pieces first, start popping in my head, like, you have to get all the set pieces made. I start thinking of, like, even if we're not going to be in Hogsmeade, we are close to Hogsmeade, when we'd have Hogsmeade ready for the Prisoner of Azkaban. But before like even shooting the Sorcerer's Stone, right? So it's like what the fuck? And then what are we gonna do with all these pieces afterwards, right? It's like give away free housing. Would you like to live in the Dursleys' house? There's a lot of different ideas. That's kind of neat, but it's of the final, but you have to keep all the way through the sets. And that's the thing. Like I think of like Pirates of the Caribbean, even like having real ships. Getting away from the CGI stuff they started leaning into, going back to Dead Man's Chest and At World's End days. And I want to do I want to do better than At World's End. I still think I think At World's End is really, really a really damn good Pirates of the Caribbean movie. I like that movie. I like that. I liked how they did that stuff from Dead Man's Chest, and I watched the documentary and how they did the ships and with real ships and would switch and deck out each side of the ship. They'd use the same ship sometimes to play more than one ship, but they did it so well, so it's, and how they would capture the camera angles and had the most action. They didn't talk about ship battles. Like it started this. That was the first red flag in On Stranger Tides with the writing. It was started to become like a budget thing. It started to feel like, for you could. That was my first vibe with On Stranger Tides, ignorant vibe that I got, and then I looked at I just really, really thought it was starting to go in another direction, and it really did with that last one with a lot of really bad graphical decisions. But at the same time, I really, really love the ending of the last movie. I don't like all of the movie. I was disappointed with several things inside the film, but when I was watching Dead Men Tell No Tales, I was struggling when I was watching that. I was finding myself trying not to become an asshole or something. I don't know, but I just couldn't. It was difficult. I kept thinking, but then I was like, it redeems itself at the end, and I was like, I could work with the ending. I don't know about the rest of the choices, a lot of the other choices, but I could work with that ending. I was like, that's a hell of a movie that could turn into. I was like, as a beginning. So it's like that I could get on board with, and so it's. But I would be like, then I was like, it would never work unless we get everybody back, and I think that's true. That image, there's no way that it would be the same without being able to get everyone back from at least the original trilogy. That want to come back for the love of Pirates of the Caribbean, because I have a very specific image for it, and it is a part 1, part 2 image that has never changed. It's always been the same image. The image is always to work with karma, the side effects, and to lean into ghosts, what it means to be a pirate, why are you a pirate, a rebel, but also the consequences of having no Grim Reaper, no Davy Jones, the consequence of all enchantments undone upon the sea. Like, it's not really all a good thing as much as one would seek for it to be a good thing, right? I mean, there's consequences to love itself sometimes. Sometimes to break that challenge, and that's why I think what Davy Jones knew, the sacrifices that Davy Jones did, had meaning, had reason, and I think this is the time to really show you why. It's time to show you why Davy Jones was the real captain of the Flying Dutchman. To show you why he did what no other captain could ever do when it came to the level of the Flying Dutchman. So it really, and where he took those sacrifices and didn't, he had banished or lost the love of his life and struggled with that connection. He was in love with Calypso, and you see, so much lore in that World's End that is absolutely a part of my vision with the Brethren and their imprisonment of Calypso and the unleashment of Calypso, and right back into Pirates of the Caribbean, the Curse of the Black Pearl, and the stories, not the visual cues, but the stories about the heathen gods, cursing Hernandez Cortez's blood on the very treasure that ends up cursing the Black Pearl, the crew of the Black Pearl, and using that symbolic nature that affected that ship to come back and also affect more than one ship at once. That would come from what I called the Tortotus, is what I called it. I still think that there's a hell for these entities that are coming, and I think like there is a really, really cool, badass, cliffhanger at the end of part 1 that picks up right with part 2, and I always saw those ships and what they represented, and my pirates, the pirates that from the original trilogy, whom fighting along ghosts and witches and government, people they hate, ready for this this fight of a lifetime that is coming. And it's seeing all this, and I was like, Disney would fire me or something, because it's like, it's probably so expensive, because if you see what's in my head, these ship battles and the characters that are running back and forth from these ship battles, and it's way bigger than at World's End ship battles in my mind. So with entities that are tied, like vessels, like souls to vessels, and that are tied to what's coming, because it's creeping in part one, and it gives the characters time to assemble and on the path. We already have Davy Jones haunting Captain, or Will Turner, and we already have, well, in my mind, we will already be growing into bringing the casting Hernandez Cortez in a very unique way to be haunting none other than Captain Jack Sparrow. I always said he needs a ghost too. I like the fan theory on how he has kids, but I don't think that's worthy of a whole movie. I think it's worthy of phenomenal storytelling integrated in Seeds. So I'm like, yeah, I do believe he probably has kids out there for sure. And there's so much chemistry there that could actually help build our pirates, our army. So, and whether they are his kids or not, some of them I feel are frauds. But it's at the same time, it has a comedy side. Like I said, it's not just all dark, and there's that ghostly horizon vibe that is unlike anything in the creepiness that I feel from part one. Is that vibe. Sometimes I try to describe it as a creaking floorboard on a ship, like if a floorboard was haunted and not yet revealing what it is entirely that is causing it, that makes that floorboard snap. That has already snapped, by the way, but it's what's coming out of that floorboard. But something's in the floor, right? So it's of the ship, though, not like something that's on land, something that's sailing. And so having that essence of vibe. So it's the treasure and karma and the freedom and free will and all this stuff. It's to keep that essence and the comedy and old cast, everybody back is what I really am hoping for, and new people as well, new casts, and along for the journey as well, because we need a very important ingredient. We need even more knowledge. We need. We're going to get a lot of it from the ghosts, but we're also going to have to really dive into very key lore moments that specifically tie into the brethren themselves. The King of the Pirates connection, which right now, symbolically and tied by their law, is Keira Knightley's, Elizabeth Turner. And that's why I think it would be sad if we couldn't get everybody back, because I don't know how with that, like, recasting would be difficult because it's trying to get everybody on board to bring those characters back to life for also nostalgic reasons. Is why I think it's just too. I don't want to recast. Is what I'm saying. I want everybody the same, and I want to include new people and build on to it. So it's, but it's, I don't know, but I can see a way where it never gets created, and that way is if. Somehow we can't make everybody feel happy and safe and want to do it, then I don't know that from the originals, then it would be difficult to even want to do it. So I don't know. Because I really want to stay true to
the full circle idea in my head as well, not just the actors and the characters, which is very there obviously, but also a full circle idea that is screaming a vision for, man. If you could see part two, it would. I laugh at the expense of Disney because it's probably fucking expensive. The battles, but and where they go and where it ends up and how it connects directly into the very story that started it all. The heathen gods and the curse of Hernandez's treasure itself is always going to be the end game. So it's like to go back into that essence. So it's and to come full circle, and then afterwards, people can do whatever they want, because it's room to breathe, it's room to expand, there's room to have new characters, and room to keep old ones, but it's a really cool full circle kind of like, yeah, we love the originals, we love to bring it all back, and also we love the idea to bring new people in as well, and we are doing both, and we could do this, and it's I think that in that way it's also future proofing and building on to a universe while also telling a epic, amazing story. And who knows? Maybe the cast, Johnny Depp's real life daughter to play one of the kids that claim to be his kid, you know, or one of the prostitutes that I have an image that throw one of their kids up there and say that is their kid, that's his kid. Doesn't talk for some reason. I don't know why, but always saw that character. One of his kids that wasn't even going to speak, but the his mother speaks for him. But things like that. There's a lot of different smaller details that I think are going to be more in even what people want for Captain Jack Sparrow, and also even more of what people want for Captain Jack Sparrow and his interactions. And I give him a ghost. His ghost is Hernandez himself. And so it's like, and it's also symbolic to the stories that, of when Hernandez was, when Cap Jack Sparrow was younger in the stories and Hernandez was around then, right? So but in this case, I think it's good. I think it's good. I don't know who would play Hernandez Cortez. Uh, you know, Pedro Pascal is being in a lot of Disney movies, so I don't know. Like maybe there's other. I mean, I feel like you have to hold casting for to be fair. I wouldn't just jump into that cast, but I would hold casting and see what works. We need someone who's going to affect Captain Jack Sparrow in the right way. Also, take away from other interactions that he's going to have with other characters. Ghosts, Karma on the horizon. Disney might be terrified of that's like my marketing. Karma. One word, karma. They'd be like running the other direction, away from it, because they wouldn't understand it. They'd be afraid that it would make them honest. They like to speak for everyone else's lives. Why not speak for Disney? Right? I like that woke stuff. Where we get woke, we use the woke stuff on Disney itself. Backfire. Well, so I think Johnny Depp would love that. I think there's a sense of humor. I think he had a sense of humor for some fucked up shit out there. And if he knows what comes next, then it's going to be in the favor of him, right? Then he'll definitely be on board. I was like this callback. Oh, I will do this movie on one condition. It makes Disney honest and come to terms with everything. Oh man, I don't know. Disney's probably the most difficultest one to even like. I don't know. I always like. I can't help not to think that I'm gonna get fired any moment, and I'm not even hired with that one. Some delusional guy to bring a monster life, play a killer clown, demonic clown, transition to the background, make set pieces where they're actually like optical illusions. My clown would be in the background while everything else is going on and would creep in and mesh right in. Some scenes in it, Welcome to Derry, do feel lazy, I'm not gonna lie. But I think like, like I have a couple visions on, you know, photography wise, where I think that could have been way scarier. They could have done some way cool stuff with some effects. I don't not like it. What I really like about it is how it connects. It's the reason. Look, the Dark Tower has never been successfully adapted, and people never figured out how to successfully adapt the Dark Tower. It's failed every time anyone's ever attempted at it realistically, and that's one of the coolest things about Stephen King's work is how a lot of them interconnect, and that you might not even know that they interconnect or link. And Derry is one of them. In the Shining movie, forgive me or hate me, I forget his name, but he doesn't die. I mean, he does die, but he doesn't die in the book, right? So it's things like that, but I think, like, I don't know, like, I never read the book. Shining, I listened to it on audio, though, a long time ago. But, but I remember, like, let's see, I remember, like, kind of like interlinking things. You get the vibe that, like, from his story, like, I think was The Institution and stuff like that, and the fire starter, all this stuff is connected. And then you have the Dark Tower that is also connected, believe it or not, in its entire, right, interlinked to multiple universes. It's a multiversal story. So, and these entities
these beings, and how you see how it is transitioning into the connectivity of Stephen King's actual other forms that were in the books. Now that I think they've done an excellent job at doing, how they're interlinking, like that part of it, like they're doing a where it's like louder, and it's harder to miss. It's an interesting time because it's like there was a time when I watched The Shining and tried to understand why it was scary. I was fucking, I don't know. I was a little kid and my mom was scared. And I was wondering why it was so scary because I was falling asleep. Because it requires a perspective, right? An understanding. I didn't know why it was scary, why The Shining was scary the first time I seen it. I genuinely didn't understand it. And then I look back at it because I thought other things, because there was no really visually terrifying scene. When I watched it, I saw like bizarre scenes as a kid, and that, right, you kind of might laugh at times, like in that perspective, like that seemed to scare other people, but that was because my mind, I didn't really understand it at the time. But when I looked at it, and I later on as an adult, I started thinking this guy's actually really good at what he does, blending the realism and how he can interlink it all together at a realistic kind of like blend, that he does have this ability. Stephen King himself have this ability. So, and it's like no wonder why people try to adapt all this stuff, and something that is going to take a town that connects and expand on to the Stephen King. I would want Stephen King to be the lead writer on this because it is his work first. So it's, I would, for if I was in control, and I would look at like where it connects and how it goes and where we can take Derry even further past the books that it's associated with and connecting to events, because there's so much there for just the town of Derry alone and all of its history and unsolved history, like, is enough to really deliver a really good show. I mean, he had done other things that for some reason, I don't know how good it went, but I don't know if I even watched all of it. But when it came to like the Castle Rock, I think it was, or something like that, I think there was something where he started to bring his vampires in, or I'm thinking of something else or someone else doing it visually. But at the same time, he does also have that, as well. But Derry is different. Derry really is, to me, sometimes the psychic blocker, the supernatural force of a shape-shifting entity that hibernates, comes back, eats, but also a lot of failed military experiments, including the Mist being associated with Derry as well, outside of Derry. I mean, it is, speculated that actually the military had, all that stuff in the Mist, which the Mist does not take place in Derry, but it takes place in Maine, in the state of Maine, and where it actually came from Derry, though, the Mist itself. So there's things like that, that where those giant bugs came from, and how they could be a psychic block of locking something in. Because the military was doing weird things in Stephen King's universe and other timelines. So it really is like a really interesting aspect or series in how far they could dive into that. And I'm rooting for them. I hope, I could see so much potential for that show on Derry itself. There is some weird shit out there. Psychic abilities, supernatural, shining abilities. I walked in, into Los Angeles. Walked into Los Angeles, but like it's a person or people, and and I walked, oops, I bumped into Los Angeles. I'm just kidding. But anyway, I threw a cologne away, and I was like, huh. And then, I remember like a little bit of cologne in this thing. It was like a bod or something. Threw it in the garbage, and I took it on my bag, put it in the garbage, and then this homeless guy comes around the corner, and it said, and, it's like perfectly good cologne, and right, and you start to get a sense of then how some people just freeze. There was a guy that would freeze, a homeless guy that would freeze, and would like freeze and not move, and he was there. It was, and this I saw that guy, for example, when with the English, a bunch of people from Europe or the area where England and stuff, the same group of people that I ended up getting drunk with and joining like this little street marching band vibe, and had a really great night. Hung out with them; they were amazing, and and then it was you know there was a scene where we came across the homeless, and that particular night there was a guy that was freezing, and trying to understand that. I kept thinking like later on, you know, I think like when I look back at it, trying to understand like, because it, how there was, the kindness of these people, and going and interacting with him and asking what he needed, but not knowing how to help him, right? And I kept thinking like, because he didn't talk, he was frozen, froze, right? He was like doing this kind of freeze situation, and he would stand there like someone would in New York City if they painted themselves like, I think it's an understanding, right? It's like, what's ciphers the difference of someone who freezes very still in the middle of the night that's doing a weird pose in the middle of the night in Los Angeles, and a guy who goes and dresses up as a Statue of Liberty or something and stands very still in New York City. So there's things like that, and what makes it so one gets paid and the other doesn't. I think like there's psychic abilities that I think is why the homeless in LA, at least back then, I believe that a lot of the homeless were psychic. They just didn't know what to do with it. Or they knew how to, I think there's a reason why a lot of people went to LA to be homeless, because it's not like New York City where you don't get no psychic essence at all, or it's very difficult, right? So it's in LA there was a different vibe, and I think like the homeless had cracked the code to at least get on that plane, that wavelength, right? So that was my experience. Oh shit, I'm homeless, but I don't know. That person probably might have been more or less homeless than me. I don't think home is an address though. They might be. I don't know. We might be equally. I don't know. It's a good question, but I know that I don't think that home is an address, despite the rest of the world might say it is. Like, what's your address? Or home address? It's a start, I guess. What are you trying to do? I don't know, but I don't know. There's so many things, but it's for me. I had, places that I was renting, and I had a place I was renting in New York at the time when I was there. So, I didn't have. I was homeless. I used to say I was homeless in LA when I stopped being able to afford a hotel room or something, or fuck.
I had to use hostels financially, so I used hostels. So I couldn't afford hotel rooms at times. So it's but and that's not how I met a lot of people actually in hostels. Some super fun, amazing people even that I may never see again. That let me like they are just like part of their group, right? Hang out with them. Very good people, very nice for letting me exist with them, but stuff like that. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. There's something in the psychic realm, the supernatural. Maybe I'm sabotaging myself. I feel like sometimes because I'm not supposed to say that I'm also psychic. It's illegal to say I'm a psychic. Very self-damning. But is it the right thing to do to self-damn? I don't know. You try to take a little fog up to the eye, might find yourself getting fucked over by someone who cares about what they can get from you more than they actually care about you. And I think that's the thing is like not everybody on earth is. It's easy to fall into the illusion that everybody's a good person. It could be, and it could be easy to fall into the illusion that everybody's a bad person if you let it. Stuff like that is. I think there's one side of the leaning into heaven, and heaven being so wonderful that it can lean you right into naivety and blindness. And you want to be safe with who you're around. I want to be safe. I will. You want. So I mean, they want to be safe. Everybody want to be safe, right? But and there's a part there where there's, and maybe it's just that read is why I was able to hang out with strangers. I don't know, but it's apart from that, I never went anywhere. Like I said, lots of so many fucking encounters with people I probably never meet ever again in my life. And the worst part, or one of the I don't know what's worse, that or I can't even remember their names, which makes me think I'm a horrible person sometimes forgetting their names, but. Shit like that. It's do any of us really have names in the spiritual realm where there's all running around with our heads chopped off and hearts up in the air, hoping that God no king's going to come in and try to murder us, or a queen that for some reason wants to be evil, that or something. I mean, it's still possible, right? I mean, I don't think it's really a king only thing. I think it's just I think a girl can be evil too, is what I'm saying. But I don't understand. I think it sounds to me like it's a mind fuck itself sometimes. But matter. It's not what we're saying. We're trying to get this group together. Stuff like that. And but I'm like, I don't know. What do I get out of this? Do I get true love? Maybe that's what I need to do. I don't know. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. I'm going in there looking what I can get out of it. I think is, where do I fit into this? Or I'm supposed to give in to what we could do for this. I kind of I understand is what I'm saying. Why someone can lean into not seeing the bigger picture, because you can lean right, you lean one way of your hell of absences, right? And then you can lean into
where sometimes if you're not careful, it could obscure your vision. It doesn't mean you're evil. If you're blind, it just really means, uh, I personally think ignorance is not necessary. I don't think it's evil that identifies, but I think it is more keen to be taken advantage of by intelligent evil. I think not all intelligent people are evil. Just like I don't think all of, ignorant people are evil. I just think, like, if you're a ignorant evil, or it's easier to imprison them, to punish them. But if they're an ignorant good person and an intelligent evil person comes around, it's the chances of that ignorant good person, not, being affected by that intelligence. That's why I fear. I would be more afraid of intelligent evil than ignorant evil at times. But ignorant evil may not know. I think ignorant evil is, I think ignorance and intelligence can change. I think someone could be ignorant and then turn intelligence. I am living proof that someone could be stupid and also smart. So I guess that's right there an example. Like, I'm stupid, I'm smart. I'm not just one, right? And I could drift into one thing, I drift into the other. So it's, to understand that, and to understand, like, oh, man, it's like, so what are you trying to do here? Like, frames, just trying to frame you, and trying to understand, like, I don't understand, like, you're just trying to frame me. Feels like, makes me feel like you want to rape me or some shit. It's like, starts popping in my head, thinking, like, you start to be gravitate, like, thinking, and you might not be on the same wavelength, right? And it's this misunderstanding. It's like, of comfortability and stuff like that. That's not always understood. But then I think, like, what are you trying? Like, what do you mean by frame? Right there is an example. Like, frame someone. I think, like, that. Is there such thing as a good frame? It's fucking like an optical illusion. Am I the optical illusion that you try to seek to achieve? Is that the best you can get from a frame? Because a lot of times I think a frame is like, oh, I could fuck you over in and out of the court of law in this frame. It's like there is a very negative, very well known, usage for the word frame. So it's, trying to understand what they mean. It's a different language, different word meaning, I guess, for frame than I was ignorant, because I did, or they were ignorant, and we were both ignorant on that connectivity of their frame wasn't what my frame was. In my mind, I had a frame, and then I had another frame. I had a guy come up to me telling me Winnie the Pooh jokes, and I didn't understand them. Right? At the time I was like, they said, "Can I tell you a joke?" I said, "Yeah, sure." And then they told me a joke, and it was like Winnie the Pooh jokes. And they went on, and I was like, they were laughing, and I was so stupid. I don't understand it, but at the time, I don't know. But now I didn't really. My mindset wasn't really into that, right? So it's like, I don't know why all these Winnie the Pooh jokes. But it was like, okay. There was a, it's different, out there. Sometimes you could be such in protective mode, as I am guilty of doing, being in protective mode, or trying to figure out, because you're like, yeah, well, this person could turn into a serial killer at any moment for all I know, right? So I'm sitting there thinking, like, the moment I let my guard down, is this nice person going to pull out I don't know, a hidden dagger and stab me in the neck or some shit. And it's not just a joke. It's like it's a serious, like, but it's different when you watch someone's body language come in and they're like, okay, well, then I can read this person. No, I don't really need to entrust this person because I don't even want to be around this person, right? So it's sometimes it's the vibe, and then you don't read something and you kind of walk into. Can you imagine walking into something and nobody gives a shit, and you are in a headspace, and you don't understand, like you walk in and it's like, and it ends up being the worst decision at the end of your life, even because you can't go anywhere without intelligence, right? It's like it's saying like, God forsakes if you go heart first and your head is not there intelligently, you could get killed, as there's evidence in the United States. I can't see the United States sometimes without saying the United States of minds, right? So myself thinking at times because it goes into the state of mind right. So in some format, because in a way if I prepare for the worst, it's my own fault if I walk in and get killed. If I don't, I start to think, start to feel like I'm because it's like pushing my mind into intelligence, and it's not always accurate, right? It's not going to always be accurate for everybody, and it's basically kind of setting a lot of people up for failure at times too. So it's the mental capacity of I have the realization of the past, of memories, and realize that I can't always remember everything unless I focus and recall a lot of energy into remembering what I had once known, right? So so in the past of knowledge. In the present, if I lived only in the present, I'd be probably stupid as fuck. I would be even dumber than I am now if my mind only lived in the present. So it's right. So it's like if I just lived in what was around me, I'd be fucking doomed. There would be no hope for me, I feel like. So, but at least there's a little bit by me having the weirdness of hell, of hurting myself in some ways, to going in, emotionally, and at times, like some reason, the future, is not easy to see everything when there's so many creators seeking to create the future, right? So you can collect a vision, receive a vision that isn't yours, as I have, and then also have my own vision, so as well, and then trying to see what's created, because that's what the future is. And if there is no one seeking to create this stuff, then nobody's making visions. So how do you see everything? How do you see where your soulmate is without thinking like, you're going to come up with a tire creep? If the moment you feel a tickle in your heart or something, and it's like, oh shit, I better not reveal that. I'm going to come off like, how many people have been in that situation? Right? So it's it's stuff like that I think are very valid. I have gotten so deep that I feel like I understand how destructive it can be, and to the point that I feel like I have created the worst accent in life. Like I have somehow manifested the worst accent ever, and that I hate the sound of my voice, right? Which I do. I've learned to, for some odd reason, but I notice like things where I start to feel like I'm sounding stupid, but it's going in deeper and finding ways to explain things. You One person once said to me, "Your mind is like a hexagon, and you're trying to understand, or what the fuck that means. It's like geometrically designed, a conclusion of designs and geometry. Like your mind starts to go into this, and you hear something intelligent that could be an insult or not an insult, and at that point, you have to decide whether or not for yourself if it's an insult. But was it intended as an insult? I think it was intended, even if they don't realize it, as an obscure. I think at the end, people can use things to hide their true motives for sure. Especially if they realize that someone is more honest than them, and if they could be more secretive and they could become more controlling and narrative controlling over people's minds. It's the president of brains, right? And a lot of them achieve it by being liars and secret keepers. It's very how do you achieve? How do you see when there's obscures? You can't see shit when there's so much fog. The lie is that you are in, living in this other, that maybe it's reflecting back at me that I'm clearly, not being shaped to what someone is trying to shape me into. It becomes perhaps a shape war, or an idea of creation, and what someone wants from you, and then what someone, and stuff like that. And I wanted family, but other people might have had a different perspective on that, right? It's like I wanted, siblings or something, or I wanted a mother, I wanted a father, or I wanted a girlfriend, or whatever perspective or mindset that one can put themselves into that they want, and why they go about doing something. I'd done it even with a brother, wanting a brother. I wanted a brother. I grew up with a lot of sisters, mostly. I had stepbrothers, and there was a time in my life where I did seek a brother, and I then felt betrayed because it was like, apparently we're not this. I was looking for someone who didn't, was not as committed as me as being a brother, right? I was more committed in being a brother than them. Stuff like that. It's similar to the bullies that I had befriended that treated me like shit. I was supposed to be okay with them treating me like shit. I was a piece of shit for if I were to call them out ever. So the moment I befriended them, I was a weird person, but I was also I liked this person. Like the bullies would start saying, or that they liked me and thought I was cool and right and stuff like that, and it became this kind of like trade. At the time, and thinking like, oh, cool, I'm making friends. I'm in an exchange because I'm being alchemized. I'm allowing myself to shift and adapt. And then I realized later on, I started questioning, are they really my, am I fucked up for even questioning if they're my friend? Like, what is this? Keeps popping in my head. Are they really my friend, or am I just being their friend? Stuff like that. And it's like a rude awakening, right? It's like you're under an illusion, a spell, blind naivety of a character that somehow makes it so you think that being mistreated is, there's a way of, of befriending and being a good person, and also, receiving care and friendship back in return. I had received bits and pieces eventually with some. I remember one at the senior lounge, for example, could never even fully have a conversation with, and then all of a sudden I did. And then one that came to my first apartment, two that came to my first apartment, and their perspectives and understanding where they were starting to head in their lives. And understanding, like, one was more of a party soul, one was actually leaning more into a family, right? So, and they both started off as my bullies. They were not my friends at first.
they were actually they were in this pick on me bully. You're right. And then I started to understand, you know, I had to come to the conclusion that I was going to let this. How could I stop the wet willies, which I had received? How could I stop these things? Is what I was thinking, and I managed to. I successfully got them to stop, but it wasn't by fighting them. It wasn't by crying and complaining. I had done it by trying to win them over into liking me. I had done it by reflecting and showing that I could also be a bully. I could also be fun, and I had a side to me, that I could transform into. And one of them actually said to me once online, and I came across him again, and he invited me to these parties, and then I guess I don't know, he ended up dead. He's not, but looking back at that, and I think like one in particular did stand out a little bit more than the rest, and thinking like, one of the things is I don't know who this is. Who is this? One of the things online and trying to figure out, because it's like I was branding. My name was my birthday, and it was the same my fucking name that it was in middle and high school, the high school, middle school that we both attended, and they were like, I don't know who this is. Like, instantly this troll yet. Right? Isn't it interesting? You don't really know. It's like becomes this kind of like trick in itself. That isn't it like writing itself does have this ability. It took me a while to try to figure out how people could even communicate in text chats. I couldn't understand 100%, especially at first, how people could even understand each other in a text. Because I was like having so much trouble understanding that at first. And it feels like you have to go through a lot of filters, and like it's very difficult to shapeshift to text messages. When you're trying to actually blend with vibes, right? It was easier to blend with vibes with bullies that were, that driven people out, of the school. I don't, I don't know where the fuck I would, I don't know. My grandpa, I guess, found a way when he was 16 to run away and go places, but I didn't crack that code. I didn't know how to do any of that shit when I was 16, even 16 and younger. So I was figuring out how to adapt to hell, shit like that at times. So and then how to get out of hell, there's one school I was in that had offered more than others, right? And then there's schools I was in that didn't, and then I was trying to figure out how to balance all this, and it's like, how can you keep or get both, and it really was quite the opposite of Miley Cyrus's "The Climb is a Journey" or the Hannah Montana, "The Best of Both Worlds," because it certainly was one good world, one bad world, like always. It's some format. It was never two good worlds. It was one bad world, one good world. And so it was like, not the best of both worlds, but, or whatever that's supposed to mean. But like, or the climb for me was never successful. I never really worked for me, but when I looked at stuff like that, but I understood there were messages that I saw in the Cyrus family to keep on that same track for, that did lean into me trying to figure out my own life through certain things that they have said on television as an example, or listening to Billy Ray Cyrus and Miley Ray Cyrus a lot as a kid, and and never knowing that Brandy Cyrus even existed, and only had a few glimpses of Noah Cyrus existing, right? Back then, genuinely, right? One day, it was like magic. Brandy Cyrus, I had discovered, like, holy shit, right? Like, what happened one day, right? So it's, somehow I was blind
but also not blind. I don't know, I was seeing other things, but not seeing everything. So, and it just like reminds me of things and trying to figure out how does that affect with my life. How I like that. One of the sayings was, if you do something you love, I try to understand, like, I was like, what was it about doing something you love you didn't have to work a day in your life? I was like, work a strain my mind. It was like, I guess in where I was at, I was struggling, and that was the work of dealing with bad worlds, in the mix, and say, stuff like that, right? And it was like, there's no life from a career that's giving you $15-20 an hour. Even it's like it's not doing anything for me. It's not helping me. Shit like that, or even $30 an hour is not. It's not somehow not cracking the code. It's like you start realizing, like, what are you doing this for? And like, you're just doing it for money. And like, am I supposed to be a doctor to get $1 million and then quit after I get the $1 million so I can actually go pursue my real career, right? Or something. It's like what an evil decision I could have done there. I guess maybe, I don't know. I probably would have never let myself do that. Time's up, right? That's what would probably happen regardless. Eventually, I wouldn't have been able to keep going down that road because it would be always an act, a lie, a theater road that in the real world would have a time's up, and I can't play the same damn character forever. I can't play that character forever because it's not me. I could play that character. I clearly could play that character up to a certain time, right? And then I can't. Stuff like that. So it's, if I can learn to love hate, I discovered these things about myself. But I really just, in the end, I just really lack good people in my life. And this may sound weird to shit some people, but if you're out there, I am calling home, and I do, want and need family, where to belong, and that's the most important part. And it's a miracle in itself that I'm even finally saying this, because right? Because like, you could bury and go straight into damnation and prevent oneself from the best. It's so cool because I see things, I like, right, I'll go the path. Right now, I could go all the way for the Mummy 4 and see where that goes, right? Like, I saw almost like when you start thinking, you see an actor or something, it's like, or where you could see a lot of things, and it's at that moment, it's like, I just, right, you go where you're drawn. And I think, if someone's loves what they're doing and they're showing all these great signs, which Brendan Fraser is, but then again, these are all on things, right? So it's like, but hey, they're good signs. Same thing with, the cast and everyone who's associated with Claire Obscure Expedition 33. There's things that I like, it's that are calling me, and things I don't even know why. I don't even understand myself. Somehow I am becoming dumber. I don't know, but and blinder, but it doesn't feel awful to click the vote button. I don't feel like I had made a horrible decision by voting for Claire Obscure. Like, I am torn in between the Wolverine and the Witcher 4, or something in between, or who's the best supporting actor or the best actor is a little more easier than who's the best voice actor, right? I think it's a lot more difficult. But it's, at the end of the day, it was easy to pick Jennifer. I just was making it hard. So it was easy for me to pick Jennifer. I just thought I needed to make it myself feel like it wasn't, right? And why? I don't know why. I don't know, something there, I guess, that I felt was necessary and good, so
and I like her. I like what the cause. I also like what Ben is doing and stuff like that. But I think I, clearly am more, I'd be more gravitate more towards, Jennifer though. But um, I don't know why, but it, stuff like that. So when I think of that, so it's just like the struggle between. But I would brotherhood, hang out, right? I don't know. I don't know. But it's just weird shit. I don't know. Maybe it's something. I don't know. But I just sort of let it happen. Just like Marvel. I didn't even fucking play Deadpool, but I was just like, yep, Marvel. It's like, but Marvel is also possibly a death sentence because it's like almost like, oh, Marvel, I'm gonna fucking get killed by Disney one day, or something. It's like pops into my head. So it's or I'm never gonna get hired. Pops into my head. I don't know. There's some toxicity with the, yeah. But it's, I want like I'd be like I want more Marvel games, right? Oh shit. I don't. It's there's some. Wolverine just does not die. Why not? The X Force, Excalibur, the Fallen Angels. Why? What about all these other teams, and not X Men or the Avengers because they're not dead? But what about these other teams that are never have been given life? So it's as well. So I don't. That's what I'm looking at. Is what I'm saying as well. That I'd be more interested in doing a any of these stories than an X Men or an Avengers story at the end of the day. So it's to go and do these different story arcs and teams that have never seen the light of day cinematically. It's more I get like, I look at Fallen Angels as lighter heart, lighter heart. Fallen Angels. I don't stress so much over something that is comedy based that has action and badassness and elements in it, but it's still this misfits. It's okay to have the Vanisher, have his powers and not worry about what everybody thinks about the Vanisher or whatever people think about it. If I want to tell a misfit story or region, with the Beat Street Club and then go out into outer space with the Fallen Angels and branch this. Adriana from Spider-Man plant all their eggs all over the fucking Manhattan, and there's webs everywhere before Venom even shows up. Is kissing people. She turned everybody, enslaving all the spider-infected characters, and now it's the Fallen Angels are there. It's bad enough that Hulk had to arrest Devil Dinosaur, had to go in and stop in those comics. So a lot of funny ass scenes, in those things. Dark even where was it Bill or Don? Like gets stepped on by Devil Dinosaur, accidentally gets murdered. In the bar. There's all these bizarre shit. There's a drunk, Boom Boom is fucking always drunk off her ass as she like the celebrity blows shit up. A badass arrival can all end up all the way to the other end of the world or the country. It's like, and still holding damn bottle of liquor, right? So it's, and she's like an actress saying shit like that too. So it's on top of that. Then you have, it has a sense of humor about it. It's Fallen Angels is supposed to be a mess. They don't belong. They're the Misfits. Originally, that's what they were. That's their first name. The Fallen Angels is just an adaptation for the Misfits. So that's why I think if you want to do this right, I think I'd call them the Misfits before I'd call them the Fallen Angels, out of the respect of the comics and where they originally start from. So, and where it goes into, because they really don't belong. And that's the point. Like, the existence, they can't figure out how to belong in X-Men. They can't figure out how to belong in Avengers. Strange Academy is also present in the background. They can't figure out how to do that. They find their first place amongst thieves in a place called the Beat Street Club, and then they also find their first big villain, which is their boss,
the Vanisher. So things like that, and that's where it began. I mean, there's far more better stories with them in it, though. Yes, afterwards, but out of respect, I think you still got to tell that other story. It's the real origin story from the comics in some way, at least. So, and they never had the origin story, so it's in a way you can't. And the original team didn't have iconic or the big names that you think are on there. You know, like X-23 and that I love to be a part of it. You know, and also Psylocke, which joined and became a Psylocke in the comics became a big figure eventually, or became associated with it, but not at first. At first, it was Sunspot, Warlock, Dawn, Bill, Gammy, Devil Dinosaur was even associated with it. The Hulk had eventually, I think, like I love those aspects. It blended really well. The Hulk is not a part of the team. The Hulk just plays cleanup duty in some of the comics. So it's like, you know, he shows up to as like to clean up after their mess at times. But it's, you know, and it's a weird time in the story. So it probably would replace the Hulk or something with a different character. But it depends on where we're at, you know, in the universe or what we have to connect to. But it's fun. It's not so serious, but it is serious, and it's not at the same time. It's these are misfits. Warlocks follows. You know, he didn't have to leave when Sunspot felt like he fucked up, and when he was going and attending, you know, you know, Charles Xavier's school for the gifted mutants, you know, which he was also a student, and they're like you can have like X-23, you know, there's so much room for things, and it's just this is a thieves thing. I wouldn't even say adding a character that never was in there if it makes sense, like the Stinger, for example, makes sense for that, especially for the origin. But I don't think she's leaving any school. I think that she might just run into a business deal that she happens to run into because, you know, the Vanisher. Yeah, they are, you know, and because the Vanisher in the comics is kind of like the Red Hood, you know, the leader of a thieves gang, you know, but has, you know, so it's, there's that. So it's, you know, in the Fallen Angels, the Misfits are created, but, you know, but it's more, I think there's a more demonic essence to what Red Hood is going, and I like that idea, though, but that's not Fallen Angels. Fallen Angels was Misfits and less soul attached. You know, there's a wreck. They don't even know what the fuck they're doing, and I like the point. Like, I don't think they would agree with if the devil made a deal with them. They'd probably fuck up the deal before the deal's even made. If any of the Fallen Angels members sat down at the table with Devil, the Devil wouldn't be able to make a deal with Sunspot or Warlock. So, you know, they wouldn't even be able to make a deal. So, because I'm telling you, these characters are so reckless, so fucking messy, and I love them. You know, they're fucking so messy, and you know, they just like fuck up everything, and it's like, it's great. You know, it's Ariel, you know, who is, you could say, is one of the recruiters because she worked for the Vanisher before she, you know, so you could have Ariel who's from Coconut Grove, right? And from this weird, bizarre, fucking alien planet. So, you know, so it's and a bounty hunter that, you know, scenes that stand out in my mind because she shows up and Gambit doesn't know who she is, you know, but she shows up, you know, with prisoners, plays a role in that one scene is phenomenal, and like she's like like in charge and like she's been deputized. You know, and has that badassness as well. Like she's also someone you don't want to cross. Boom Boom's different. Boom Boom's an alcoholic. A lot of times she's blowing up shit. She'll go do a play or a movie, come back, go back to the bar, and I think that's why how they come across Boom Boom. She's, it's, if you think about it, she, was at the bar. It just happened to be walk in accidentally into the bar and was gravitated because that's Boom Boom. Boom Boom just walk in. You know, that's Boom Boom. She just like walks in and fucks shit up accidentally or ends up in a game, with them. So it's like, she's not even associated with it. So it's a funny character for sure. Like I think maybe Millie could bring that character to life. There's a couple different actresses that I have in mind that could end up bringing Boom Boom to life because Boom Boom is gonna be a riot in herself. And when it comes to characters that are, that when I would like entertain the idea is the Beat Street Club is about rejects in general, and if it's not really the most popular bar. It's this bar that is for, you know, even a lot of mutants like Deadpool would go to this bar, right? Stuff like that, like might walk into this bar. The characters that you'd think like I don't Wolverine will walk into that bar and never show back up. That a character like Wolverine might walk in there once and then be like, "What? Fuck this," and walk back out. Type of bar. So it does have that atmosphere to it, but maybe he would stay a little bit longer. I don't know. It depends on the mindset of the exhaust rate. But I think there's a little bit of judgment there for sure on Wolverine when he starts realizing that this ain't, his average judgmental bar. This is a bar that actually embraces freaks, but a little too much. There's a lot of weird shit. Fucking dinosaurs and shit in that bar. So, stuff like that. There's a lot of, like, I'm talking telepathic fucking lobsters, okay? There's that are connected directly to Spider-Man if you think about it. The Gami, the Long Island, and guess who else is connected to that facility? A Kravenoff, where is it? Uh, Craven the Hunter's brother, Chameleon, gets his actual transformation abilities from that very same facility. So it's that Gami works at. Gami is a scientist, Gami, and how Bill and Don are his telepathic lobsters. Say it's serious. It's fucking weird, funny, but that's what the Fallen Angels is. It's like it's lighthearted, it's less stress. It would definitely give the Guardians of the Galaxy a run for the money. I kept thinking of Star Lord. Star Lord's best is comedy, though. Like I still think to this day, like there's no way Star Lord is going to be able to sit there and do all the chores for his uncle and live there. Like something's gonna happen, and if he does, like like he's definitely, they're gonna get inventive with the lawnmower, right? So something is gonna happen, or he's gonna gravitate somewhere else. So I think like, for sure, like that's the vibe that I'm getting from Star Lord of where he's at, where Guardians left him. But I don't, there's no way he's doing chores, being a good citizen without consequences or getting bored. Let me make James Gunn be honest and have Star Lord actually return, for something I have in mind that, and have him return the right way, by introducing what he's been doing this entire time and not skipping that part.
a special presentation at worst. Okay, so who's Sadie Sink playing? Sadie Sink is an amazing actress. Why I vote Mayday Parker is for out of hope, I guess, but for the puzzles. But maybe she is someone else. I think she would make a great Adriana if they should dye her hair black and stuff like that. But I think she could make several different characters. I think she would have to change that much to, like I think everybody says, to play anything that's tied to the Phoenix Force at all in general. She just naturally, I understand, screams fire, effortlessly. So I get that. And I would love to see her around a lot longer, and that would definitely keep her around for sure if she does do that. But I also need Tobey Maguire to have a kid. I need that photo. I need Aunt May and everybody to come back. MJ and the history scene at best, the pictures of history at worst. We can't do a whole friggin' movie on upbringing of his kid. Then we need to be able to tell the story through time and history and a lot of connections where he ended up having a kid and pictures where Mayday was alive, or Aunt May was alive and got to hold her if she's not in the movie and her character does pass away or something, and they do that. Then they could still say, hey, how would you like to be back to to mirror why how Mayday got her name in the first place. So Aunt May. And so it's it's I think it's a very it's also closure for Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. And I feel like there's something that may never see the light of day out of respect to come to closure, that it just feels better to end his story with family and to have that arc connected to family. It screams in particular for his Spider-Man, even though I will strongly say he is more tied to the mutants than Andrew's Spider-Man or Tom's Spider-Man has very little connectivity to mutants, as much. There's more mutant aspects to Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man, right? So it's things like that, and I think if, for the stories that we can't get with Tobey Maguire, we would do with Mayday Parker, because Mayday is his daughter, and Mayday ain't gonna have no damn web slinging device. If I have a say, Mayday's gonna have web come out of her arms, like Tobey Maguire. And it's I've only ever seen one other person who can do that. So if I had my way, she would actually have it come out of her, and not the device as a direct symbol. Is that is actually really, that Peter Parker's daughter. And I love the mantle. I love the frames, the history. I love it for being able to say that history has gone by. They managed to figure out life and have a kid and probably move into Aunt May's apartment and manage to make it work and stuff like that, and less stressful events. I think the only big villain in that universe out of relaxation would be that Venom was clearly not finished, because there was a piece of Venom left behind with none other than Dr. Connor that was unresolved. Everything military base could have got shut down. Gwen Stacy's father could have decided enough was enough and actually figured out a way to shut down all Oscorp technology. Anything that would have actually became anything that was out there was
destroyed in that universe. So, there's only smaller threats and a more easier lifestyle, that gives you more of a happier vibe, happier ending as well. So, but there is one big bad that is unresolved that you can't avoid, and that's Venom. Venom is a necessity. Venom is hive mind connectivity. When it comes to that, it is connected and left behind in that universe as well. It is a plot hole, an unresolved, very important unresolved story arc left hanging in Spider-Man 3 for the Spider-Verse, for the Venomverse, for both of them. So that I wouldn't be a bit surprised if we, even if Sony one day or whoever has Spider-Man decides to realize that might, how do you do a Venom movie with multiple symbiotes connected if they wanted to go that route? I think I think at this point in life, it's better to do the Spider-Verse, live action Spider-Verse, figure things out, piece that together with the Venom symbiote storyline connected into the Spider-Verse. So you already have the Spider-Verse, you can tell the story, in that at some point, and then move on. That's if you want to do less work, because there is another path that would be probably more cooler, but it would require more work. So, and I don't think people want to do more work. I don't know what the fuck's going on with Sony's. Why Spider-Man 4 gets close to being announced and then canceled. Like, one of the most fan base demanded films out there that was that with Sony IP, in Spider-Man. I think people wanted an actual Spider-Man 4. I think there's an audience that wants an amazing Spider-Man 3 as well, but I don't think that audience is as big as Spider-Man 4. But I still would want, if I had my say, I'd let it both happen, but even if the audience is smaller for Amazing Spider-Man 3, you don't want to tell the same exact story. With Amazing Spider-Man 3, you are either going to look at it like, where was his Spider-Man during after that effects? What's going on with Oscorp as well? You have a lot of these, who's going to take over Oscorp already hinted at the very end. So you do have a lot more story plots unresolved in the Amazing Spider-Man and the Amazing Spider-Man 2 than you did that were just from Spider-Man 3. So, so looking at that and I think and you have to ask the question is, does he remember, are we going to do this before he went over to Tom Holland's, or are we going to do it after? And I think for the Amazing Spider-Man 3, you can either I can see two different versions of this movie in my head. I can see a version where this movie is where it tells a story from where he's at, or and as he does remember what happened, and it connects and also continues with the story. But I could also see a version where it still tells what was going on in the very beginning, similar opening, but not identical, but goes in and turns into a complete disaster film that where not everything was, because that world becomes now the Spider-Geddon world, because it gets so infested with, or something happens while he was gone. So that's a different arc. I see an arc where he could, both arcs he's going to be looking for his MJ. I think there's a part of him that realizes that he's missing his puzzle piece and his closure and stuff like that. So I think in a way
it's just working with other people's projects. But I think at the same time, what does the fan base want? What do the actors want? I would assume that Andrew would still want to, be a part of it. And also, and like if something came to him and someone said, if you could only do one more Spider-Man movie, how would you like it to have closure? Would you prefer your character to have a happy ending or a sad ending? And I think would be an interesting question because I think like if I were to do that and it was like I was only allowed to make one of each, couldn't build any which and move on, right? Like that's how I look at it. Like sometimes it's like maybe there is room for one more, but but I am not always going to be in charge, right? Kind of vibe. If I even ever was in charge, right? So I don't know. It's complicated. So it's as a corporate owner of an IP and how they make decisions. Why is there not more Marvel games? They're not making the money they want or something. It's man, you have the resources. How are you losing resources? If unless your company is badly managing resources, especially if it's cinematography. Maybe Hollywood's biggest flaw was that they didn't respect the props, or they just sent them away. They didn't care. Like maybe that is part of the answer is to start preserving props so that you can actually reuse them again, right? Stuff like that where it's costs less money, where you don't have to actually, if that's such a money issue, to get, stuff like that. I think that somewhere down the road, like, they probably got so damn expensive that the way they handled things, and that they just started getting lazy with a lot of things in general at points. So people say, "What is that?" I say that Doctor Doom costume, but I also think the Doctor Doom costume looks fake. I thought like Doctor Doom costume looked fake at the end after credit scene of first steps, but but just me, like when I watched that after credit scene, the costume didn't look like vibranium or anything associated with the most strongest metal on Earth. So it's I thought it would look very stuff that's supposed to absorb energy. You don't want to absorb energy, or you want it to obtain energy. So because Doom is the energy, he doesn't wear the costume for that. He wears the costume for, if anything, to keep himself intact. All that power that's running through him is damnation, right? So and his face is all fucked up. So, things like that. But I don't really even think the face part is the biggest deal. I think it's, I don't know, it's interesting as a damnation point as well. But I think like he comes in and from this world of hell, he has a family. I do like that part where there's that as well, but I also like the soul part. I like a lot of different versions of Doom, but I think like one of the greatest ones is in Connection. They already started with the Soul Realm, so within Infinity War and Endgame. So why not connect the souls at some point? It's difficult. I'm working with other people's projects mentally. I don't know what they're going to decide. They could decide they hate me, or they hate that idea, or whatever. It's in the end of the day, it's entirely their free will decision of what the final product is. What I'm saying right now, though, is I don't think that. I think the movie will basically. I'm going to say I think the first movie, Doomsday, will sell whether the movie is good or not, and that's a bad thing. It's I think like so there was a survey online that I saw that said, "Do you think Doomsday is going to make a lot of money?" I think Doomsday will. draw in a lot of people if it's marketed correctly, and even whether the movie is good or not. There are marketing tactics that are probably on the horizon to make the movie sell, even if the movie isn't. And that's not a good thing I don't think that's a good thing. I think that I want, because it's like saying, who cares about a good story nowadays? We just like fucking do this. Who needs to connect? Who needs to put soul? Because I think there has to be soul to Doctor Doom. Doctor Doom is the solution to their admitted MCU problem. They have admitted that they fucked up and they want to resolve it, and they answer that call with none other than Doctor Doom himself. So it has so much potential. You get to put the pieces together. So it's, and have fun with it and get dark with it and have emotions with it, that the MCU has or can do. So I think they're going to spend more time with Cyclops or the other X-Men characters before they start spending more time with Wolverine. I think that's a selling point for Secret Wars. I think they realize, like, wait a second, I think, like, people might be surprised. We don't want to market Wolverine and Deadpool and these other characters. We want to have them at the end of Doomsday so people will like other characters. Stuff like that. They might even have, you might look at, like, you wanting something out of Doomsday, but end up finding that they had just shoved it over to Secret Wars, that part of the story arc. So, so things like that, and, as answers to sell Secret Wars. Because they're coming back to back year to year. And I think Avengers Doomsday I think they're going to sell Doomsday, and that Doomsday is mostly going to sell Secret Wars. If the movie is good, that's what makes Doomsday have to be good. Because it will also sell. If Doomsday is not good, then it could affect the sales of Secret Wars. Make it worse. That's looking at it as a market aspect, which is the toxic aspect, all that money shit that I hate. But that, I much prefer soul stuff, not number stuff. But, and focus on that other aspect. But it's in actually delivering story. And I think Robert Downey Jr. is 100% on that ready, also saying, I am Iron Man. And if anybody knows, there is a version of Doctor Doom who is Doctor Doom who actually turns good. So there's all these different versions of Doom. And I think that's kind of the point of a part of the point of Doomsday, as all those days come in to one, and the collision, the effects that are connected to the Fantastic Four's universe, X-Men's universe, and the 616, which tells me, and if it's already speculated there's only 3 universes involved, that means that the other universes like Spider-Man probably are shelved for Secret Wars. That people might want Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man to show up in Doomsday, and I think that he will at the end of Doomsday, but not until the last act, and that connects, and that they may explain a lot of that. They might not explain it and make people wonder why, and then explain it in Secret Wars. Have something that ties into that connection of what is unexplained. Because they're trying to tell another story that is connecting the Iron Man and Doctor Doom storylines. They're trying to tell a story that's connected to where Doctor Doom comes from, how Doctor Doom is associated with the X-Men universe, Doctor Doom is associated with the Fantastic Four, there's Doctor Doom associated with 616, which means there's the Iron Man with the soul, and then there's the Doctor Doom that becomes Iron Man, and then there's the Doctor Doom that just fucks shit up, becomes God Emperor Doom, because he's hellbent. So the chances are they're going to probably use 3 big Doctor Dooms in Doomsday, as the chances are,
is they're going to pick the three biggest and most impactful dooms in comic history, and they're going to run with those in Doomsday. It's the chances. And that's going to be their driving force. And then the multiversal, chaos that comes next is Secret Wars. To the point, like, if Secret Wars is really good, it might surprise people that maybe they have another ace up their sleeve. That maybe their ace up the sleeve is going to very much tie into some of the best X-Men, supernatural X-Men storylines that are also connected to Avengers characters. So it's like, and start leaning into death and the living tribunal death and the one above all, the one below all, meaning they'll probably go to the supernatural side, so more than the cosmic side, because they're going to want to go into the soul. But once you understand that the one below all and the one above all are like as above, so below with the Marvel universe, start to fold into each other. You'll start to see a grander picture of how the supernatural is actually connected also to the cosmic, in Marvel, which it is. So, and that's why a lot of reason why you look at Cosmic Ghost Rider, Frank Castle. There's a process. He didn't become Cosmic Ghost Rider just by Lucifer making a deal with the devil. There was a lot more than a deal with the devil that went on behind there. There was a deal with Galactus as well. There was a lot of characters that were involved that his character is directly tied. The Cosmic Ghost Rider, which is Frank Castle, a.k.a. the Punisher, is tied to the one below all and the one above all. So they could, if Berthel, John, right, wants to take the Punisher in that direction, then they could be making cinematic history with Cosmic Ghost Rider if he's up for it. I think like there's definitely something there that takes the darkness and shows you the supernatural aspect and how it can become colorful. The dark side, because Cosmic Ghost Rider is pretty, all colorful, and it's something you wouldn't expect from the Punisher. But at the same time, it also is symbolic in how it folds, right? Because he crosses over to the demonic side of the devil side, but also galactic side, and that's where the blend comes, right? So it's where you start taking it, and he becomes an extremely powerful character. Then there's what if we get Nicolas Cage back to play the Ghost Rider? I think so there's some really good stories where he's at the gravestone where he lost the love of his life, or there's even a gravestone with his name on it. So in some images that I have in my head, so it's and where he comes from, like he's all to me. Johnny is the first Ghost Rider that took advantage of the deal, that outsmarted the devil. Every Ghost Rider before then, went back to the devil or died attached to the deal before it was finished. So, and then it ended up going back to them because they still couldn't figure it out. Right, or I think there was one, but I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong there. I think that's a speculation idea, but I don't think that. So every time he went back to the devil, and Johnny changed the game. So it's at that point. So it's maybe. Johnny, there's a scene that connects the secret, I don't know, to what is accurate, or is Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. accurate? Because was that Johnny that transferred the spirit to, is there an off-screen scene to that where we actually use that, and then we take that Punisher from Shield and then transfer it from him into John Berthel's the Punisher, and then it's like that's where you include Agents of Shield, or do you just skip Agents of Shield and go straight for Nicolas Cage's Johnny transferring it? Or do you not acknowledge either of them? I think this and do something entirely different. But it's so I don't know. But there's the final outcomes of that stuff. Marvel is a mess. It always has been. The moment they signed up for the internals, they signed up for incompletion. Anybody who's ever known anything about the internals knows that it was never finished, and it had a lot of very powerful, impactful moments that were very much connected to several different comics, but their overall comics never got finished. Their overall story went unresolved. What happened to them is not just a mystery in the movies, it's also a mystery in the comics. Is basically what I'm saying. Like, nobody fucking, it hasn't been told yet. That's the difference. Like, the comics are usually about better than the movies and stuff like that, usually. But in this case, it's, they both end up, where they may never show up again and leaving people hanging. And so I would say they're both pretty bad in that aspect of being incomplete. So, but you have an advantage of the Russo's version of Thanos, which screams internal connection, where they can actually might invest more in that. Does have a deviant gene. He mentions his home world right in Infinity War. The movie, they do use references that tie directly. And people did not like the weird about some internal stuff. But, hey, it still would be nice to get closure for the connectivity, at least if they're not going to do anything with it. But never got that with comics either, though. So I don't know. My imagination is all the only thing closure I get from the internals is my imagination. That's it. Of what happened. There ain't even a comic out there, there ain't a story that I know of, at least. It explains the final results. Because everything with Annihilation and Judgment with the Celestials weren't associated with those stories. Associated with an entire different story. Other stories that weren't the internals. So, and that's also tied to the Fantastic Four, God Squad, several other teams. That do very much heavily lean into the Herald of Galactus, actually. So stuff like that. I mean, Annihilus is a straight from Galactus in a way. It's very much connected. And then there's Judgment, which is a celestial, a giant. There's different. You've met some of them, right, in Eternals, and met them in Guardians of the Galaxy, even, in ways. The Tiamute, for example, is
communication as their language, and their language is not allowed to be born. So, and the internals ended with judgment, left you hanging on the fate of Earth. When I introduced Dane Whitman a little too early because I want to tell Sir Percy's story first, personally. We're gonna do the Black Knight. I want to say I'm all for Dane Whitman, but later, but not yet. I want to go back and do. I want to do Sir Percy first. I want Sir Percy to be the first Black Knight in the movie idea that I have in my head. That very much is connected to King Arthur, Merlin. That is it's an Arthurian meets Marvel, and as far as I'm concerned, it could be in its own universe. I could whatever. It doesn't even have to be associated 616 because it is set in medieval time. I could restart this shit, and if I restart it, then mutants are going to exist. There's not very many, and I'm going to make King Arthur the first mutant activist. Stuff like that. I have a lot of ideas that will include mutants in medieval times. But the big bad for this idea is the Black Plague. It's Dracula. Kickstart these bloodstones. And I'm not getting rid of Blade. I mean, I'm not ready getting rid of. If I can't bring Blade back in time, if I can't get Eric into medieval time era, and we have to get stuck into New Orleans, the 1800s or 1900s, Blade, and that's what we're fucked with, and we can't go off the books a little bit. Like, I'd love to reinvent the character away from American and go in a direction of European with Eric before America even exists. Which is, I don't know if there's a comic out there. I can't find one where it's exactly the way that I'm looking at it in my head, because I'd love to do a Blade Vampire Nation kind of vibe, but set it in medieval times, where the Black Knight or Sir Percy, its story is very much involved. King Arthur is very much a lot of it, and mutants are, and witches in the background. Not the main focus, mutants, witches, but they are heavily associated with King Arthur as well, and so stuff like that. While we're doing, because Sir Percy would be a big, big, big character in my Blade movie. If I were going to make a Blade movie, I want the Sir Percy, Useless Bloodstone, Dracula, both versions of Lilith, and Mephisto. But Mephisto is going to have not that much screen time. I have an idea for Mephisto that is going to rival Lilith, not Dracula's favorite child. The Lilith that is much bigger than that, but I still would use Lilith like the Dracula's child as well. I'd use it both Liliths, and they both would be called Lilith. It's very symbolic. Folds in. I mean, she was named after Lilith. He runs shit. People know he exists. This is Castlevania. meets the Black Plague at a whole nother level in the MCU. And King Arthur and, you know, the Knights Templars, the Black Plague, that is with Dracula, Castlevania vibes, and King Arthur, and the Ebony Blade, and the Caliber, Excalibur connection. More than one blade in Blade. All right, sweet dreams. Hopefully, heaven will find me, or I find heaven, or something happens, a miracle happens, and everybody ends up at home and they live happily ever after, and everybody can figure out how to love and be loved. Apart from, I'm lost, please help. I have to, I don't know, should I end the stream and take a nap? I don't know. I'll be at the Game Awards. Unless I'm murdered, I don't know. But that's my intention. I have, I'm pretty confident that I'll get there. So that I won't get murdered on the process. But I don't know. But I don't know. Maybe I will. I don't know. Hopefully not. But I don't know. But I don't know. A lot of things happen in the journey and the climb. The climb can be cruel. It can end up really bad, actually, if you're not careful. But anyway, especially with, you know, without Elon Musk's bank account, you know, the extra fun. Then okay, peace out. His bank account might not even exist. It might just be all socialites. Can you imagine? It's all cryptocurrency. What's cryptocurrency? But brain currency. It's all about manipulation. I don't know, but maybe I'm on to something, but maybe I'm not. You know, if I had to choose between him or Billie Eilish, I would. I mean, come on, that's the easy one. Billie Eilish, you know, way more attractive. But anyway, okay. Peace out.